What's up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Thursday to you all. Appreciate you making us a part of your start. If you are already up and at it, whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. You've got your Alexa devices, your smart speakers. Got the video stream that's also up and rolling. Don't forget, you can download the app, take it on the go. Multiple ways for you to be tuning in. We've got that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line where you can join in on the conversation, 715-830-1912, or the Section 105 chats on our video stream. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Well, Brewers falling last night to the Cardinals, 5-1. Kyle Harrison suffering his second loss of the season, and then after the game revealing that he's been dealing with some elbow soreness for a couple weeks now. Doesn't seem like it's too big of a concern. They're hoping that after the All-Star break, or that the All-Star break is coming up at the right time, and that just a little bit of a shutdown, a little bit of a rest will do it some good. So hopefully that's the case, but I guess we're kind of in a wait and see approach here. So Brewers will wrap up their series with the Cardinals tonight, Game 5 of the series, and we get to see a pitcher coming back from injury. Logan Henderson is scheduled to get the start for the Brew Crew. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Logan Henderson pitch for the Brewers, but we'll be able to see him back in action here tonight. So that'll be a welcome sight to see him return to the rotation as the Brewers looking to pick up the win and take 4 out of 5 against the Cardinals before they hit the road and wrap up the weekend going up against the Pirates before the All-Star break. So we'll recap last night's game and then look ahead to tonight's series finale against the Cardinals. Also on the dockets here this morning, We'll talk a little hoops. John Horst, Bucks general manager John Horst, chatting with the media for the first time since the Giannis trade became officially official. We'll go through some of his comments and what he had to say about the trade of Giannis to the Miami Heat and get your reaction and get your thoughts on it all. So we'll throw that in there. We'll continue our Packers training camp countdown, the top storylines, top things that we're going to be watching for when it comes to when we get to Packers training camp and preseason, which is going to be here before you know it, just in a few weeks here at the end of the month. So we'll continue our kind of countdown series of the top storylines and maybe position groups to kind of watch as we get to training camp. We've already talked a little bit about the offensive line. We've talked about running backs with the uncertainty of Josh Jacobs and the depth behind Josh Jacobs. So we'll hit that up coming up here in just a little bit. So we'll catch up with Jake Boakes coming up in a couple hours. So if you have any outdoor-related questions, please send those on over right now to that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912 so we can get those on over to Jake. So if you have any hunting, fishing, or any outdoor-related questions, please send those on over so we can get those to Jake. But also, it is Thursday, so it's a 3-up and 3-down Thursday. If you want to play along, please go ahead and do so. Your 3 sports items, 3 things that you would say are up, kind of like a stock report, and maybe 3 items that are down. So it's a little bit of a stock report here. 3 up, 3 down. What you got? Also, it's a Am I Wrong Thursday. So Am I Wrong brought to you by Mike's Star Market. What's that sports take? What's that sports opinion? Or what's your thoughts where you would, like usual, say, am I wrong for thinking that? Am I wrong for saying that or believing that when it comes to the sports world? So feel free to send those on over as well. So we'll kind of dabble into everything and whatever else is on your mind here this morning that you'd like to chat about. Please feel free to send over your thoughts. If you got a question, you got a segment idea, you got a topic idea, that you want to throw out for the rest of the listeners, hey, send them on over. We'd love to hear it. So let's get things rocking and rolling here this morning, though, right away. Let's open it up talking some baseball. By the way, the Northwoods League All-Star game last night in the books. It was the Great Lakes team that defeated the Great Plains team, and Great Plains is where the Express were playing on. So the Express will return to action coming up tomorrow as they hit the road to take on Thunder Bay for a couple games, and then they will hit up La Crosse, and they will return home for their first game next Tuesday back at Carson Park against Minnesota. So. All right, let's get things going here as well. We'll take our first break. We've got intern Carter joining us here as well. So we'll get the leadoff going here. We'll talk some Brewers baseball, looking back at last night's loss. Kyle Harrison, we'll chat a little bit about him, concern level with the elbow. And then we get Logan Henderson making his return tonight as we wrap up this series against the Cardinals. Plenty of Brewers talk coming your way. We'll take our first break, and we'll be right back with the leadoff coming up after these quick words. Summer is the season for golf, softball, pickleball, running, staying active. But you know what? Aches and pains, they can quickly slow you down. And that's where Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine comes on in. Their experienced team helps weekend warriors and athletes of all ages get back to doing what they love with expert care and treatment options designed to keep you moving. Play more, hurt less. That's Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. All right, so let's get say good morning to our friend, Mr. Intern Carter. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah? Yeah, still rocking and rolling with the baseball season?
Yep.
Right
A couple
now?
more tournaments.
Okay.
So almost done.
Where's your next one at?
We play in Plover next weekend.
Ooh,
So
nice.
yeah, it should be fun.
Used to live in Plover for a hot minute. Right when I got out of college. Had a job over at the YMCA in Rapids and lived in Plover.
There you
just
go.
down the highway. So, but all right. So you got Plover, and you said a couple more after that too.
Yep, and then Mauston, and then we're done.
You just were in Boston, so
Yeah.
you're going back. They got the nice complex though, right?
Really nice complex. Yeah.
So what age group is it again for you?
15.
15U.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah, we got one this weekend at in Holman
Okay.
over by La Crosse. So. Got to hit the road tomorrow evening, early Saturday morning game. Here, okay, it's the last time I talked to you, I was complaining about our schedule because we play 4 in a row and 5 in one day. We play another Eau Claire team Saturday morning in Holman. Like, can we just play that Friday night
Yeah.
in Eau Claire, let you know the result, so we can come back, come later, like get a little sleep or something. But it's like, we go all the way to Holman, we got to play another Eau Claire team. Like, come on.
In the morning, too.
In the morning at 8:30 in the morning. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? So, but it is what. Then we play a Minnesota team after that, so it'll be interesting for the kids. First time they'll do that, but we got one more after this weekend. Summer's flying on by.
It is.
Crazy to think about training camp starting in a couple weeks.
Yeah. You said talk about the Packers and counting it down. I guess I haven't thought about how quickly that's coming. Like that's next month already.
Yeah. Yeah, family night is less than a month away.
Yikes.
August 7th. Yeah.
Yikes.
Crazy to think about, but probably coming at a good time too. Although the Brewers always, at least the last couple of years, they've made it so we're not desperate for something to get going here because they've been relevant and such, and they continue to stay relevant. So let's talk a little bit about the Brewers here this morning, shall we? After last night's game. Falling 5-1 to the St. Louis Cardinals. Harrison just going 4 innings, giving up 4 hits, 3 earned runs, including a home run. So his ERA is now over 3 at a 3.01. But he was up to 70 pitches in those 4 innings. And then afterwards, it was revealed that he's been dealing with a little bit of a sore elbow here. He's not scheduled to pitch again until after the All-Star break. And they feel like that's going to be, he just needs a break here to kind of rest that. And he's been, been used quite a bit here. So, but I don't know, man. Every time I hear elbow, sore, anything when it comes to a pitcher that has to deal with an arm, I get nervous. I get really nervous about it. Hopefully it's just fatigue, but still, you got the long stretch coming up here, and if Harrison's going to be one of the main dudes going forward with the pitching staff, it's to the point where it's every outing he has now, I'm going to be crossing my fingers that nothing pops up.
Yeah, and we talked about, going into the postseason with Mizorowski and Harrison gives you a good chance to win, but if you don't have Harrison, you're right back to where you were last year.
Yeah.
With only one, so it gets a little concerning.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see, but again, hopefully that he says he's not too concerned. I mean, the quote that let me bring up his quote. He said, "I've been better. It's something I've been battling the past couple of weeks. Just a good time for a break, right? That's the best way to look at it. The consensus is that the break is what's needed." Saying, quote, "I'm confident in that, and so are the trainers. So is everyone. It should be something that's just a little something." It's obvious he's fatigued, and we've got to help him on that. Pat Murphy said we could have left him in there, but we're thinking about his future. So definitely something to kind of watch here. But Last night's game, I mean, not a whole lot to kind of, really break down. We had Lara getting the start in right field, which I think I speak for the rest of the Salvatore Frelick fan club. I'm nervous, and I know there's now more chatter. Could he be potentially involved in trade packages before the trade deadline? But I don't. Yes, I'm nervous, but at the same time, there's ways to get everybody in there, right? I mean, rotation-wise,
yeah,
right?
I think, it was confusing to me when they called him up, but
yeah,
they can just sit an outfielder every night, and now you've got room to play around with your outfield mix. And I don't think they'll trade Frelick just because of the locker room guy he is, and
the chemistry part.
Yeah,
of it,
how meaningful he is to this team, and he does the little things so well. But I mean, it's tough. Put them in a tough spot because of how good Garrett Mitchell's playing.
Yep.
And Sal had a really good June, so he also was playing well. Like if we were having this conversation last month, I think you could have sat both Garrett Mitchell and Sal Frelick.
Yeah.
And now they both have to play every day, so it gets a little more murky.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, we've seen a lot as of late here too. The defense that Sal provides in right field. I mean, he is a Gold Glove winning right fielder, so he does have versatility. He can play multiple spots in the outfield, which really, I think a lot of those outfielders on this Brewers team can. I don't know if I've seen Garrett Mitchell play anywhere else besides center, but we've seen Chirio play center and left, Frelick center and right. Obviously, Lara could play center and right too. So, but they provide that versatility, so much speed that those outfielders can track down too. And you saw, I think, early on in the game yesterday too, with Lara playing right field, a little bit of adjustment, just getting familiar with the warning track and the big league, fields. I mean, there was the one that he misplayed. I don't know if it kind of got lost in the sun a little bit, but he leapt or he jumped a little too early, and then the acrobatic catch. But it's like, so I mean, that's going to happen. Kind of getting called up and just getting familiar with those fields because every ballpark's different in the corner. So. But I mean, he collected another hit last night too. We've seen a lot of good stuff. We can see the potential there. But how about Cooper Pratt? He collected a couple of hits last night, and when you look at what he has done in his last 22 at bats, I mean, the guy's hitting .318. So I mean, off to a little bit of a slower start offensively. We know that that wasn't something he's been known for from an offensive side, but hey, he's right now hitting better. He's already got 6 stolen bases. 5 RBIs. I know he got thrown out last night on a stolen base attempt, but I mean, he's producing a little bit more at the plate. We talked a lot about Joey Ortiz, and then he collected another hit last night too. Is it something as simple as he's just more confident at third base? I don't know. Like, he was making some throws at third base and some stuff. We knew he was a great defensive player, but again, last night he made some great diving plays at third base to save a single from becoming a double or even just throwing the guy out at first base.
It's weird because this is kind of how he looked in year one, playing third base. And so I don't know if he's more comfortable at third and can just play the position he's supposed to. But I don't know how that affects the offensive part of the game. So it's weird to me, but all of a sudden he can hit, so I'll take it.
Right. Yeah, and it's and I think that's maybe part of it too. I know it's a little bit early, but with David Hamilton on the injured list, and I know it's the short term right now, but maybe that's why Jet Williams wasn't called up, to play third, because right now you play Joey Ortiz, don't you?
Yeah.
With his defense and what he's definitely given you from the offensive side of things. I think it's still, do you trust him when it gets later on? We'll see. But if he continues to hit like this, like he was in year one, maybe that's where he's going to be sticking. Is at third base. I don't know if it's just the mental part of it or what, but he seems he seems a lot more comfortable at the plate from what we've seen lately.
Yeah, and he's not, I believe his strikeout rate is down what I saw. So he's swinging at the right pitches. He's picking the pitches to take. And again, his defense, I mean, he's always good at short, but he's almost better at third, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But some of the plays he makes at third are like otherworldly.
Yeah.
And it's so impressive to watch.
Especially going to his right.
Yeah.
With those balls up the line. And he has the arm to make that throw. I know some guys, maybe struggle with the distance from third to first, that slide over there, but he's got the arm to make those throws. I mean, he had the one throw out from last night that was awesome, and then he made another great stop, and the throw was just a little bit off. But I mean, he saved that from becoming a double play. So he's a lot of fun to watch defensively, and I think he's. Am I wrong for saying I think he's more fun to watch at third than short with some of his plays right now?
No, he definitely is.
Yeah. But hey, one pitcher is coming back for the Brewers, and that's Logan Henderson. So Logan Henderson back. It's been a while since we've seen Logan Henderson pitch for the Brewers. So it'll be kind of a nice welcome return to see him. It is still weird to say that the last time we saw him was May, so it's a little bit longer than what you think. But his last appearance was May 22nd against the Dodgers when he picked up a win, 5 innings, 2 hits, 7 strikeouts. So I think with the Brandon Woodruff stuff, and we'll talk a little bit about a Brandon Woodruff update here in just a minute, but to see Logan Henderson return to the starting rotation probably couldn't come at a better time right now for this group with Harrison, with the sore elbow, and then Brandon Woodruff. I mean, this seems like it's perfect time to throw in Logan Henderson for a start because then he's going to have the All-Star break. So get him in some work, and then you don't have to kind of rush him back right away, see how it goes, and then with a little bit of a break here. But definitely a welcome sight to get him back in.
Yeah, and it stabilizes your starting rotation a little bit. You don't have to keep calling up guys and then sending them back down. We're kind of running out of starting pitchers at AAA to bring up, so it's really helpful to get him back. And again, if Harrison has to miss any time, then you're going to need Logan Henderson to be able to fill that void.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it'll be nice to see him back here, and be curious to see how long they leave him out there. I mean, it has been a couple months since, or a month and a half since we've seen him out there. Will there be a little? I mean, yeah, it's hard to say what he's going to look like. He could look really refreshed and dominating and such, but I'm just glad that he's back in this rotation. So, but it will be a tough test. You got Palente going for the Cardinals, who's got 10 wins so far this season. He's 10-5, and he's coming off of a win against the Cubbies back on the third, where he went 5 2/3, no earned runs, and he did pitch against Milwaukee back on the 6th. That was a loss. Milwaukee was able to put up 5 earned runs against him in 6 innings in that May 6th contest. So, but speaking of pitching, let's talk a little Brandon Woodruff. We got to take a quick break here. Maybe not the greatest updates from Brandon Woodruff yesterday. We'll tell you what Pat Murphy and the Brewers kind of revealed yesterday and what the status is for Woodruff going forward. We'll be right back after these quick words. Summer's right here, and that means it's time to hit the road and something that you love. And at Toyson Ford, you will find a great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles ready for every adventure. Looking for some power? How about comfort and reliability? Hey, they've got it all, backed by a team that's committed to making your car buying experience easy and stress-free. So whether it's a weekend getaway or your daily drive, make sure that you're riding in style this summer. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, where your next journey begins. So staying with some Brewers chats, and not the greatest update yesterday in terms of Brandon Woodruff. So Brewers, Pat Murphy yesterday talking a little bit about Woodruff, but apparently the latest MRI scan for Brandon Woodruff showed a new injury to the anterior capsule, which, if just a little bit of a reminder, Woodruff had to have that repaired in 2023. That was where he missed a significant amount of time, a multi-year rehab that we didn't see him until last year, July 2025, get back from. So he is getting a second opinion from the doctor, the surgeon who did perform that surgery on his anterior capsule. So not the greatest updates. Pat Murphy saying yesterday, we've got a lot of information. We're not ready to speak about it. It's hard, but he's trying to be strong, and he's trying to look for the positive in all of it. He was so good when he was pitching. He makes the whole room relax. So we'll talk more about this, obviously, with Dr. Crow tomorrow for our Inside the Training Room segment. But just from an outside observer and fan, talk about Harrison and elbow, and you give. I wonder, are we going to see Brandon Woodruff pitch again? Mm-hmm. You know, I hate to go down that path. Again, I'm not an expert, but I mean, when you hear that stuff and would just base an opinion off of that, I wonder if we're ever going to see that guy pitch again. You know, when you factor in he's been dealing with, strains in his shoulders, miles per hour dipping in it. It's just, it has not been a good recovery for Brandon Woodruff. And you feel awful because I think every Brewers fan likes Brandon Woodruff. I mean, he has been there for a long time. He has had some great moments. The bobblehead's coming out this year, which I think everybody's going to love. When the fun part, I think, for Brandon Woodruff is when you think about Brandon Woodruff in his Brewers career, I think a majority of Brewers fans are going to think about a home run off of Kershaw in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
For a pitcher to think about that. So he is what I think as a Brewer, Brandon Woodruff, he's going to be on that wall or walk, whatever one that the Brewers put. You feel awful for him, and I hope people don't blame him. And because some fans are going to blame him and kind of label him, and he's making so much money this year. First of all, I don't fault him for picking up the $20 million. The Brewers threw that out there, and anybody in their right mind would probably do that. Mm-hmm. Does that look like a good decision now? Probably not, but that's a Brewers thing, not a Brandon Woodruff thing. Mm-hmm. I feel awful for him, and I don't know if we're ever going to see him pitch, at least for the Brewers again at this point.
Yeah, it's hard because he's such a smart pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the MLB, you should not be able to get guys out with an 85-mile-an-hour fastball. And you look at, when they pulled him last game, he had 3 straight strikeouts at 82 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So he's such a smart pitcher. He can read hitters like no pitcher I've seen in a long time. And so, and he's a Brewer through and through.
Yes.
And so that kind of makes it harder. But whatever they do, if they decide to shut him down, he's got to stay in the clubhouse.
Yep.
Because he's that voice for guys like Miz and guys like Harrison, especially to a team with such a young pitching staff.
I agree. I 100% agree. And I know we're probably getting a little too far ahead of ourselves, but if that guy wants a career in like coaching and such, I think he would have it. Mm-hmm. And I know the Brewers have some deep pitching coaches on there, but if there's a way that they could keep him around in that, because you're right. You hear even position players like Yelich last year talking about how much Woodruff just means and the confidence that players have in him and the teammates that they have in him, or the confidence that his teammates have in him. I agree with you 100%. I think he would be just to be around the guys like when they get to the postseason for Mizorowski, for Kyle Harrison, because right now without Woodruff, that is going to be a young group. It is going to be you're talking about Mizorowski maybe being the veteran of the group with Chad Patrick if they don't make a move before the postseason, right? Robert Gasser, Logan Henderson, or whoever out, Brandon Sproat, Shane Rowan. Keep Woodruff around and keep him around that dugout or along those pitchers. It stinks. It really stinks because, when he's gotten hurt too for a couple times, it's been right before the postseason, right? It's been right before that postseason, like last year and a couple years before that. And he's going to be a what if. And I don't think any athlete wants to be in that category, but he's going to be in a category of what if. What if he never got hurt? What if he never had those major injuries? Would the Brewers have a different course in the playoffs? What would his numbers look like? It stinks and it sucks, and I don't think we're going to see him pitch at least again this year for the Brewers.
Yeah, I don't think so too, but I mean maybe this is the perfect time and he comes back before the postseason. I highly doubt it, but like you said, he's getting injured all the time before the playoffs, so he decided to do it this time before the All-Star break. So.
Yeah. And I don't know if a change, because I know there's going to be some people throwing this out there. Could he develop into a bullpen guy, a closer or something like that? I don't know if that's going to make a difference. I really don't. And again, maybe that's a conversation we can ask, Dr. Crow tomorrow, that would him being kind of turning into the John Smoltz, where John Smoltz turned his career into a really good closer at the end. I don't know, but I mean, you look at the makeup of the Brewers. What's their bullpen? They like guys who could give you a few innings, except for McGill and Uribe at the back end. So I don't know if that would be in the cards for him. Maybe it's for somewhere else. But I did find this was a video I saw. I don't know how old it is, but John Smoltz was asked, because now you have the openers, the guys that give you one innings. Smoltz said he would have retired if that would have been his option to be an opener. He's like, no, thank you for that. So it sucks. And I really hope Brewers fans don't blame Brandon Woodruff. And that we can't control injuries. You can't. I think too many fans at certain points think athletes can, and they use it against them. It sucks. It really, and I hate to be going. And again, this is where a lot of fans will be like, well, he's got $20 million, so he's doing good. Yeah, he's doing good. But at the same time, he's a competitor. Mm-hmm. And he wants to be out there and pitch.
Yep. And
the fact that his career might be ended because of injuries, I don't think any athlete wants to end their career or forced to be end their career because of injuries.
And forced is the right word because he's pitching so well. He just threw 6 shutout innings versus the Reds. It's not like he was giving up runs left and right. He's been behind Miz and Harrison, he's been our best pitcher. So that's the hard part because not only as a team you get weaker, but as a pitching staff, you lose not only your veteran leader, but another very talented arm who got a lot of outs.
Yeah, you're right, because when he was out there, he was at a high level. I mean, we were talking about, okay, Mizorowski, Harrison, Woodruff, that's a threesome that can get you deep into the postseason. It's not like he was coming back and it's like, oh gosh, he's, allowing 4 or 5 or guy was pitching really good. Mm-hmm. And that's got to be even more frustrating for Woodruff and for the Brewers. It's like when I'm out there, I'm pitching at a high level. I am pitching really good. My shoulder cannot just hold up. Like my body is not holding up, and that's got to be even more frustrating for that guy. And more frustrating for fans too, because we see it like how good he is, and he just can't catch a break.
And you even have to think about it, like just reading a little bit, this injury he had to have surgery on and wasted that whole year to rehab. Now, if you're in Woodruff's shoes, it's back. And you took a whole year off to try to rehab this shoulder. I mean, he's got to feel awful right now.
You wonder about the mental side of that too, right? You think about, because that's what you're thinking about. Do I have to sit out another year? Not the rest of this year, but potentially next year or a big chunk of next year. Do you want to go through that again? Do you want, that's what some of these, and remember, he doesn't have a contract for next year. And when I don't think the Brewers would do this again. But remember when he first suffered that injury, what did the Brewers do? They gave him a 2-year deal to stay around for that first year, rehab. I don't think they would do that again.
Probably not.
Not to be jerks or anything like that, but it's they like, okay, we did this a couple times now, but we can't. This is the second time. It's a business decision at that point. And obviously, given with the uncertainties of labor agreements and such, we don't know what it's going to look like next year. But it's just, it stinks. And Seabaum says anyone blaming Woodruff are the same idiots that blame Christian Watson for his injuries. These guys are giving it. They're all out there to live their dream. Don't you think they want to be on the field? I feel awful for Woody. Yeah, it stinks. I don't want that to be the last image of Brandon Woodruff in a Brewers uniform, but I feel like it's going to be.
I do too.
And it just, it sucks. So, all right, we got to take another quick break as we already wrap up the first hour here. So send us your 3 up, 3 downs. What you got? Play along with us. If you got 3 items that are rising, 3 items that are falling down, maybe that's Woodruff 3 down for you, but you can do that. You can send us your Mike's Star Market. Am I wrong? Give me a sports take. Give me a sports opinion where you'd be like, am I wrong? Mine's, am I wrong for thinking that we're not going to see Brandon Woodruff anymore for the Brewers, pitching for the Brewers? If he stays within the organization, I'd be all about that.
Pinch hit in the playoffs.
Hey, maybe he can develop into a hitter.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, keep on the roster for hitting. But what you got? Send it on over to us. You can hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or join in on the Section 105 chats. We'll take our final break for the first hour and be right back after these quick words. Looking for the perfect summer hangout? Well, then you need to make your way on over to the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. You can enjoy some beautiful views overlooking the river, some great food, some cold beverages, and some of the best live local music that you will find anywhere in the Chippewa Valley. Whether you're meeting some friends after work or spending a summer evening outdoors, VFW Post 305 is the place to be. Great views, great music, great times. That's the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. We got about 10 minutes left to the top of the hour. So coming up next hour, we'll hit up some Bucks chat with comments from John Horst, the first comments from the Bucks GM since officially trading Giannis. We'll get your reaction to that. We'll continue our Packers training camp countdown, the top storylines, things to watch as we get to a training camp, which is going to be starting here in just a couple of weeks, believe it or not. So we're very, very close to that happening. So, but we'll wrap up the first hour, continuing some baseball talk with the Brewers back at it tonight to wrap up this long 5-game series against the Cardinals. Logan Henderson making his return to the lineup tonight. Brewers will wrap this up, and then they hit the road for 3 games against the Pirates, and then it's the All-Star break. Hopefully the Brewers don't. I feel like I have. This was a few years ago, but when they lost 5 in a row to the Pirates right before the All-Star break, do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
It's like, just don't do that. Don't go in the All-Star break losing
3
in a row to the Pirates here. So, but when you look at where things are currently at, Brewers still holding on to a comfortable lead in the Central. They're 6 games ahead of the Cubs for first place. Cardinals are 9.5 back, but Brewers not that far off. I mean, they're still second best record in all of Major League Baseball, which it's just, you look at the AL. I mean, is there any team in the American League that is just like, okay, that's I mean, Tampa Bay is 54-36, but the Yankees, they're 2-8 in their last 10. They are only 8 games above 500. Everybody else, there's only 2 teams that have 50 or more wins in the American League, whereas the National League, you've got the Brewers, you've got the Cubs, you've got the Braves, you've got the Phillies. Hell, the Marlins have 51 wins. And, of course, the Dodgers on there. So this is turning into kind of a weird baseball season when you look at where things are at heading into the All-Star break.
Yeah, especially because the Braves had such a big lead. I mean, at one point they had a 12-game lead in their division, and then now it's down to 3 to both the Phillies and the Marlins. The Cubs, I mean, I'd hate to be a Cubs fan because you had such a bad start to the year, and now they're playing such good baseball, and you're still 6 games back. Like, I don't know how that would feel. Like, again, like last year, they had a good season and still lost the division. Now this year, they're playing well and still 6 games back of first place. Mm-hmm. And then obviously in the NL West, you've got the Dodgers just beating everybody. But it sets up for a great end of the season and a really fun trade deadline.
That's the thing, too, with the trade deadline, just as a reminder, if anybody's wondering when the trade deadline is. That's going to be August 3rd, Monday, August 3rd. So just not that far off. Again, we're less than a month away, but with so many teams maybe still kind of in the hunt here, it might be a seller's market. You know, if you got teams like if the Mets decide to sell, all right, limited amount of players available means price tags are going to go up. So we'll kind of see how that plays out. But, yeah, you look at the National League West, too. Besides the Dodgers, Padres 500, that's the second best. Diamondbacks are on there. I mean, Giants sounds like they want to sell, but they've got so many guys under big deals. I don't know how many teams want to take on some of those players. So, yeah, and then you got the NL East with the Marlins. Surprise. Heck, even the Nationals are 2 games above 500. I mean, for a wild card chase, they're not out of it either. So, it's kind of crazy to see where things are at right now. And I mean, if the Pirates have a good series against the Brewers, don't count them out maybe for a wild card spot.
Yeah.
They might push for that too. And I know they're dealing with some injuries here, so maybe they're just kind of hoping to tread some water here. But yeah, I think you're right. After that All-Star break, it'll be curious to see where a lot of those rumors and conversations go, because I think that's where the hot stove or all that's going to really pick up after this All-Star break.
And I'm interested to see who's a quote-unquote a buyer. Because, I mean, you've got a team like the Padres at 500. Or, I mean, the Nationals and Marlins, they've been okay for several years, and now they're finally in the postseason hunt again. So do they go for it and, like, screw it, we want to get to the playoffs? And then, obviously, the Cubs and the Cardinals trying to catch the Brewers. And it's going to be interesting to see who kind of tries to go all in for players and try to make things interesting.
Right. I agree. So, game time tonight, 6:45. You can listen to it on your radio dials, 105.1 FM and 790 AM. Pregame coverage will begin about 35 minutes prior. So, we mentioned the Express. It was the Northwoods League All-Star game last night. That'd be cool to play down in Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
And that. Have you been there?
Never.
Nah, it's on my bucket list, too.
Yeah.
I got to go check it out. So, but six players representing the Express down there. So they'll be back in action tomorrow. When you look at where things are at right now in the Northwoods League standings, so we know lacrosse won the first half division, but right now the Express are just a half game back from first place in the division. Rochester's in first place with a 5-1 record. The Express 6-3. The Express did defeat Rochester to give them their lone loss in this second half. So the Express will be taking on Thunder Bay when they get back in action tomorrow. And Thunder Bay, well, they're just 1-5 to begin the second half here. So maybe an opportunity to rack up a couple of wins here before they get. When do they play? Do they play? I'm just looking at the schedule here. If they play Rochester coming up, okay, not till they only got them for 2 more games. No, 4 more games. Okay, so they got Rochester coming to Carson Park next weekend. So that should be a good matchup. So, but don't forget, next Thursday is our next tailgate Thursday. So we're going to be tailgating for the Express game starting at 4, and we're going to actually be over by the Hank Aaron statue. So if you want to join us for a little tailgate, we'll have some samples with their Legends beer. So we'll have that. We'll have some games, some prizes to give away. Make sure you get your tickets for the game and root on the Expresses. They take on the Minnesota Mud Puppies. But that's going to be next Thursday for our tailgate Thursday, July 16th. The pregame to 40.
There you go.
Before I turn 40 the next day. I'm an old man now, Carter, so I'm getting there. I hate to think about that, but all right. We just got a couple minutes left to the top of the hour here, so but we'll kick it off with looking at John Horst's comments from yesterday, his media session, talking to the media. First time since the Bucks trade became official for Giannis. Bobby Portis threw a going away party.
Yeah,
that's why he's a fan favorite. Throwing a going away party. Can you imagine if Giannis did that? It would be packed.
Yeah,
you'd have to have the whole arena probably. So that I hope nobody's criticizing Giannis for not doing that. Let's face it. If Giannis did it, it'd probably be a little too out of control. Bobby Portis, you can get away with.
Yeah,
that. Giannis, you can't. That would just be crowd control issue. So I don't know if anybody's like, well, Bobby did this. Why can't Giannis? I hope nobody's like that. But Giannis too, saying that there's been a video thing that's been following him around. Did you see that? He says when he's done, he wants to be an NBA coach.
I did.
You think Giannis could be an NBA coach? He's getting experience at All-Star breaks, being celebrity coaches.
Well, he definitely can't be a general manager the way some of the moves have worked out for the Bucks.
That's true. I think Kareem didn't a few years ago. He wanted to be a coach for the Bucks. So.
Yeah, something like that. He'll get an assistant coaching job if he wants one. Mm-hmm. I'm sure the Bucks will give him one. So, but he also loves Greece, so I could see him just retiring and being like, "I'm done."
Yeah. He said either a stay-at-home dad or an NBA coach. But yeah, I don't.
2 very different.
Very different things. Either you're doing nothing. I don't want to say nothing because stay-at-home dad, but kids will be older at that time.
Yeah, so. Or everything.
Right. Or you are pretty much doing what you're doing now. You're going to be on the road and maybe even doing a little bit more with that. So, but I don't know if I can picture Giannis strolling the sidelines as a coach.
Or the post-game press conferences.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. But all right, shot clock's gonna cut us off. We got some news updates, and we'll talk some hoops and tell you what John Horst had to say yesterday about trading the franchise's best player in its history. So, and kind of some comments about the future of the Bucks and the direction of where the Bucks are going. We'll be right back after these quick words. All right, here we go. Let's kick off the second hour right now. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us part of your start on this Thursday morning of July 9th. Don't forget to send us your questions to Mr. Jake Bolks, who's coming up about an hour and a half here to answer your outdoor-related questions, hunting, fishing, or whatever the case may be. So send those on over so we can get those to Jake. Hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a text with those questions, and we'll forward those on to Jake. We spent the first hour talking Brewers, so let's kick off the second hour, switching gears here for just a little bit, and let's talk a little hoops, because yesterday was the first day that we heard from Bucks general manager John Horst since the trade of one Giannis to the Heat became official. We'll go through some of the comments from John Horst here, but he said it was a very difficult decision, but said it was a transition that was in the best interest of both the Bucks and Giannis. Quote, no one's sitting here today and saying that we're a better team today after trading Giannis. He's one of the greatest players to ever play, greatest player in franchise history. We've had an incredible amount of success. For us, it was just about the opportunity to build and to, again, set a foundation. Can we set something in place with a new coach and take advantage of an opportunity to truly build from a place of strength on a roster that hopefully makes our city proud, our franchise proud, and gets us to a place where we are competitive and we can sustain that competition and that competitive level year in and year out. He said there is a sense of excitement because it's a different challenge. It's something new. I get excited about trying to put pieces together. We've got a lot of work to do. And if there's any sense of peace, it's that I think Giannis is in a similar situation. It's different, a different set of circumstances, but he's in a place that he's got a real opportunity to do the things he wants to do. Which I want to get back to that quote here in a second. But he also said this was not a have to. This was, we truly believe we found an opportunity which is unique. We might be right, we might be wrong, but an opportunity where there is what is best for him and what he wants to pursue going forward. And this is what's best for us and what we want to pursue going forward. And that's why we made this decision. Ultimately, the only thing that mattered to us organizationally was to work to try to find a trade. If we're going to do a trade, to try to find a trade that we thought gave us the best path forward. And if we could do that and have it be a great opportunity for him, we would execute that. So maybe I'm going to go kind of a weird route with this thing. You know, but where he kind of said about Giannis saying that a different set of circumstances, but he's in a place that he's got a real opportunity to do the things that he wants to do, which is what? Win a championship, right? So isn't John Horst, and I think everybody kind of says this, but isn't John Horst kind of admitting that, yeah, we're not a championship caliber team. So as the general manager, doesn't that kind of come back to you as like almost a failure that you didn't do your job as a general manager to because why else are we trading Giannis? Mm-hmm. And yes, it could go to, well, did they make the moves to make Giannis happy? That's part of it too. But isn't it still the general manager's job to build that team, to surround your player with the best talent possible to win that championship? It's kind of like, I almost feel, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I almost feel if you're going to go down this path of rebuilding, shouldn't it start with a new head coach, check mark? Roster where you're bringing in a bunch of new people, check mark. But then maybe a new general manager? Just start everything fresh at this point?
Yeah.
Or do you give Horst some slack because maybe the moves were, and I'm trying to present both sides here, give him some slack because, well, hey, the moves were made to help Giannis, like Dame and all that. So let's give him a chance here. It could go both ways here. I don't know, but I almost feel if you're just going to go completely fresh, maybe move on and try to bring in a different voice to bring it, or do you give him a chance to build this team without Giannis? Because he wasn't the guy who drafted Giannis. He inherited Giannis. So
I think, I mean, personally, I really like Horst just because he does stuff that the Packers and the Brewers don't do, where he tries. He went all in for Dame. That didn't work. So he decided to stretch out Dame's contract and go for Miles Turner. And that didn't work either. And these are the dangers of doing that now, because you're now working towards a rebuild. But I think you've got a good point to where sometimes it's just time to start over. Like, he may be a good GM, but sometimes you just need a fresh start as a team. And I think, like, what happens if they're not going to be good this year? So then he's around for the next 2 years. Like, how do you draw that line now with him? Because he was supposed to bring, he brought one championship, but he's supposed to bring another one. And now we're pretty far away from that. So where do you draw the line now is my question.
Right. How much of I know there was some other comments where he talked about patience and such, but how much patience should the Bucks have? How much patience should we as fans have when it comes to this rebuilding process? Like, should we expect a quick turn, like a year, 2 years? It's hard to put a timeline on it. I understand that. But this has also been, a team that hasn't been patient with younger players, right? They've been quick to flip them and trade them. And, you got 2 first-rounders coming in this year. So where, we talk about these rebuilds. We see it in the NFL, when a team fires a new head coach and they do all this. It's kind of like a 3-year span. If a team doesn't kind of turn around in 3-4 years, it's a new head coach. It's sometimes a new quarterback, So is that a 3-year window that you want to see that improvement? Should it be shorter? Should it be longer? Because it's the NBA. Where should that? What's the timeline like? What should it be?
In my opinion, there's got to be, like, they can't be the worst team in the NBA this year, because in trading Giannis, you still got guys like Tyler Hero and Khalil Ware, and you still have Miles Turner, and you have guys that you're paying a lot of money to that still have to perform well. So they should be hovering near the 11 and 12, and they should be playing their developmental guys. And I think Taylor Jenkins is the right head coach for this rebuild. But again, like you said, it's probably a 3-year thing. It probably is where you should start competing again. But if they're going to keep the roster, if they go into next year and this is their roster, they should be able to compete on most nights. Yeah. Because you still have guys like Miles Turner and Tyler Hero. And those guys should be able to help you compete. Now, obviously, you want to get those developmental players in, but you still should be able to compete with some teams. You're not going to beat the Thunder. You're not going to beat the Spurs. You're not going to beat the Knicks, teams like that. But you shouldn't be last in the NBA.
Yeah, it's the Tyler Hero one to me is interesting because he's only 1 year left. And they're running with Tyler Hero, right? It seems like this year.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they get blown away by an offer, Tyler Hero is going to be playing with the Bucks this year. However, if we get to that trade deadline and the Bucks are not committing to Tyler Hero, I think you got to trade him by the deadline, don't you? I mean, if you're not going to commit to him long term, don't you try to, let's, by that deadline, especially if they're not going to be a playoff caliber team, flip them for even more first-round picks? Because from all accounts right now, they're going to roll with it. At least that's what social media, we're basing it off of social media and such. But I feel like the plan is going to be they're going to open it up. They're going to sell some tickets because he's the hometown kid. They're going to sell some swag. They're going to take some money off, earn some money off of him. But if you're a stinky team and you're not going to be a playoff team and you're at the trade deadline, why not cash in on that? And that, honestly, I feel like if they don't commit to him long term, that's the big thing.
I think that's the exact same thing with Miles Turner. I mean, you get to the deadline and somebody wants a center and it's going to give you 2 first-round picks. I think Miles Turner will be gone because this is a full rebuild. This is still a full rebuild because you traded Giannis. I mean, you have to start somewhere. So they've done a good job so far, but I think they could do more. And everybody wants shooting at the deadline, and if Tyler Hero's there, he's going to be a wanted commodity.
Yep. If he's there and he's healthy.
Yes.
That's the big. Would you like to see him long-term with the Bucks?
Not at the price.
Yeah.
Not at $50 million a year. And that's just an estimate I saw.
Mm-hmm.
But you were paying Giannis a lot of money, and Giannis deserves that money.
Yeah.
And Tyler Hero's really done nothing in his career. I mean, he's a good player, but he's
Is
really
he
done...
the number one? And I don't know if he's a number one.
He's not, in my opinion. So he's a good number two, but he's not great. So he doesn't deserve... If the Bucks could sign him $20 million a year, 5 years, go ahead, do it.
Mm-hmm.
Not $50 million a year. So
he'd be good, like with a Giannis,
yes,
right? You know, that type
pair
of
him with Giannis. Yes,
you know, something like that. So, but we'll see how it plays out. I don't see him there long term unless it's like you said, that price. If he's going to get paid as a number one, good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Go get it. But I don't know if I want the Bucks to do that. So, but anything else from what you saw from Horst's comments that kind of jumped out to you, intern, or just pretty much GM speak at that point?
Pretty much. I mean, I thought it was interesting where he said we weren't forced to do it or something along those lines, because I think he's trying to save face for Giannis a little bit.
Yeah.
Where it's like Giannis pretty much requested a trade, and the Bucks obliged, and Giannis pretty much said, "Don't tell him I did it, but trade me." So I think he's saving face for Giannis a little bit and saying it was our decision. But at the end of the day, they could have him, Giannis, for one more year. They could trade him. So.
Yeah. I thought, another quote that he said, I don't know. We're going to live through it. Patience is going to be important. Complacency has no role. There's no sitting around and accepting losing. But I do think there's a patience component to this. One thing is we're very clear on how we want to play and what we want to look like, understanding those things and being clear and defined in those. We're going to focus on those things each day. That's the lens we look through, finding the right North Star and having the right approach. It's a different era for us, so we will learn as we go. And I feel like, too, when that Giannis, when it became official earlier in the weekend, Horst statement that came out, it feels like they're really putting in a lot of eggs in the Taylor Jenkins basket. Like they fully believe that Jenkins is going to be the reason why they win. Because even in that statement that he put out, he threw in Taylor Jenkins' name, and you hear about the style. I don't think you've heard that from, when they hired Adrian Griffin or even Doc Rivers. That it feels like they're really counting on Taylor Jenkins to be the guy that is going to lead them back to a championship. Not a player or players. It's like they're really believe that Taylor Jenkins is the guy that's going to lead them there.
And maybe this was Horst's hire. Like maybe this was finally his hire, where he's like, Giannis isn't telling me to hire Adrian Griffin. Ownership's not telling me to hire Doc Rivers. I get to choose, so I'm putting all my faith in this coach, because if this coach doesn't work out, then likely John Horst will be gone.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to say it too. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We're going to switch gears, and we'll chat a little football as we continue our Packers training camp countdown, the top storylines and top things to watch as we get to camp. Since we did offensive line and running backs, let's go to the defensive side of things, and let's talk a little secondary, specifically the cornerback position. So we'll hit that up coming up after these quick words. Summer cookout season is in full swing, and nobody does summer grilling better than our good friends at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From premium steaks and fresh burgers to brats and chicken, you will find quality and value throughout the store. Before your next cookout, stop by Mike's Star Market and stock up on the freshest ingredients around. You can visit them at 2238 Heimstead Road, and make sure to follow their Facebook page as well. Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire, helping make every summer gathering a delicious one. And maybe you want to load up on some brats when it comes to football season for some tailgating and such. And we are getting closer to the beginning of training camp for the Packers. Some teams will obviously be getting started earlier in that, but Green Bay getting set to begin here on the just a couple of weeks from now, really. So let's continue our countdown to the top storylines, top positions to watch as we get into training camp here for the Packers. So the first couple ones that we did, we talked about the running backs. We've talked about the offensive line. Let's go to the defensive side of the ball here now and talk a little bit about the cornerbacks. Right now, when you look at the depth chart, it's Carrington Valentine, it's Keyshawn Nixon, it's rookie Brandon Cisse, it's newcomer Benjamin St. Juste. You've got Jonathan Baldwin, the second on there, another rookie, Damani Jackson from Alabama. So I think when you look at this position group, you can make the case if it's not one, it's got to be towards the top for fans. But some question marks, some concerns, some unknowns. Maybe don't feel the greatest about it either. But also too, not only just from a player standpoint, but it's going to be. Remember too, they've got a new coach, not only just defensive coordinator with Jonathan Gannon coming over here. But you've got Bobby Babich, who is the new secondary/pass game coordinator, Daniel Bullocks, who is the new cornerbacks coach. So a lot of new coaches coming in here, a couple new guys coming into the equation, but it's a big old unknown and question mark with this group. Mm-hmm. And when you don't have Micah Parsons to open up the season, kind of a trickle-down effect, a little bit unknown with the pass rush, which we'll get there for a breakdown, but just staying with the cornerbacks here at this point in time. How concerned are you with this group heading into training camp? Or what are you going to be watching for the most when it comes to training camp?
I think I'm going to be watching how much Brandon Cisse plays with the first teamers.
Yeah.
Because I didn't like this cornerback room going into the offseason. I think they needed to add a starting caliber corner. They didn't in free agency. They drafted Cisse. He's a second-round pick. He's good, and he's got potential to be great. But this defense, in my opinion, can't run out Valentine and Nixon and expect to win a lot of games next year with the pass rush being the way it is. You could have Nixon and Valentine be your starters with Micah because he got to the quarterback so quick and he forced passes out and they could just sit on underneath routes. Without that kind of pass rush, you actually have to defend, and it makes me really nervous, especially facing teams in the division with Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, whoever the Bears throw out. So this is by far the most concerned position for me. I think it's a little better when you have McKinney and Williams anchoring the back end. Mm-hmm. But you're going to have to figure out how to guard Justin Jefferson twice a year. Yeah. And Keyshawn Nixon isn't the guy to do that. So, and there's no free agents anymore. There's nobody you can get. So this is your pool, and you're going to have to make do. So I think I'm really interested to see if Cisse wins that starting job. If St. Juste, I know he's hurt right now, but if he starts, like, I'm interested to see who your two starting cornerbacks at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm. With the cornerback group coming in here too, am I almost wrong for thinking? Do we have more confidence in Javon Bullard playing the nickel spot than maybe the boundary corners? Yeah. Keyshawn, Carrington, just because we don't know Brandon Cisse. I know St. Juste coming in, and he's kind of a nickel guy too, but Packers are probably going to try him on the outside because they always do. But I almost feel better about Javon Bullard playing the nickel slot, and he's kind of a safety / nickel corner. Like, if I had to pick one group guy in this group, and I'm going to throw Bullard in here because he is that nickel guy, I feel more confident with him. He took a big step last year, I thought, playing that or covering that slot corner.
Yeah, and he tackles so well.
Mm-hmm.
Nixon and Valentine are not good tacklers.
No, Carrington really showcased that at the end of last year. Holy
how
moly.
many memes is that guy on?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but Bullard, he'll get his nose in the run game. He's a really good tackler. He's a safety. Like, you can tell he's a safety by the way he tackles, but he covers like a cornerback. So he's a really good player, and hopefully he can lock down that nickel spot. But again, you're going to have to guard the two outside positions. So it's going to be interesting.
And it's going to be interesting. I know, Gannon coming in as the defensive coordinator, there's a lot of talk about it. Could it be, what he's run before with a like 3 safety shell type back there that would maybe kind of help with those corners and that. And that's, I think if you do that, you're probably going to have to rely on your pass rush to really get home, right? And that might be not something that happens in the first couple weeks until Micah comes back. But, yeah, I mean, you look at this group, and it's hard not to say that you're excited about the potential there because we saw, Nixon and Valentine last year. And it's no offense to St. Just either, but, do we want him as a top 2 corner? I don't feel great about that. And, hey, I hope I'm wrong, and I hope we're talking in the, we come to November and say, man, what a great signing St. Just was. I hope that's the case that we're talking. But right now, I given what we know and what we've seen from him, I don't know if he can be a number 2. He just hasn't shown that. So, and maybe Brandon Cisse can do, but that's also a rookie.
I think that's a lot of this cornerback room in itself, the unknowns.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the beginning of last year, Nixon was a 1.
Mm-hmm.
Nixon played like a 1. At the end of last year, Nixon didn't even play like a 2. So it's kind of what version of Keyshawn Nixon are you going to get? And then to piggyback off that, because he's likely your number 1 corner, what are you going to get at the 2? Because if Nixon plays like a 2 again, you're going to be in trouble.
I felt Nixon last year too many times took things too personally when people questioned the play. You know what I mean? Like, he 2 years ago, he's like, I'm a number 1 corner. Green Bay gave him a shot to be a number 1 corner. And I'm not saying every game was bad from him, but there was some inconsistencies. And it felt like at times, just hearing him talk and maybe some of that, it just stop taking things too personally. Just go out there and play. Like it I almost want to say played the victim card a lot, kind of defending in that. And there's stupid penalties from Nixon at stupid times last year that cost the defense. And you can't have that from your number 1 corner. You got to play smarter. You can't have those stupid penalties that come at stupid times. And, yeah, we could get a debate, was it the Bears game and, where the throat choking. So just don't put yourself in that position, right, at times. And it's hard. I get it. We're humans and, emotions kind of run high. But you got to stop with the stupid penalties at the most opportune times on that field.
Especially as a number 1 corner.
Yeah. Like,
you can get away with that if you're the 3rd linebacker. But you can as the number 1 corner when you're supposed to be a leader on that defense. So it's going to be interesting.
I'm hoping maybe with some new voices. I mean, you've got 2 experienced guys, not counting Jonathan Gannon, but with Bobby Babich coming in and Daniel Bullock's coming in as coaches. You've got experienced guys to help with that group. Maybe a new voice will kind of help and a different set of eyes, essentially. And then, of course, with Gannon coming in there too, maybe that'll help kind of get those guys to take that next step to that. But I really hope that when we get into November, December football, we're not having a conversation of, man, if we had a good corner, what would our team look like?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to get into a conversation by the trade deadline, man, we need to go get a corner, because that means then that things are not going great.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want a wasted, what if the pass rush is good? What if it's really good? But quarterbacks are getting it out quick because corners can't do their job. You're wasting it. And I don't want to have that conversation. So I am concerned about this group. It is a big unknown. everything's really probably an unknown at this point, but I feel more confident about other position groups like quarterback, receivers, and that. And then you look at the corners, and it's like, yikes! I don't feel great about it.
And again, I think early in the year last year, our pass rush kind of masked the problems in our secondary, and then Micah goes down in Week 14 versus the Broncos, and all of a sudden you saw it just
lost every single game.
You take a drastic drop because I know McKinney played fine, but McKinney didn't play like he did 2 years ago. He took a step back, and Evan Williams is still learning the position, so they're going to have to be better this year, and the cornerbacks are going to have to be better because if you run out the same corners, they didn't learn anything in the offseason, they didn't get better, you're going to have the same results as the end of last year because you still don't have Micah Parsons the first 5 games. So no matter what you do, you're not going to win anything. And so they're going to have to get better. That's why I personally wanted a one corner in the offseason. They trust their guys, so now they got to perform.
Well, and look at their schedule of all the receivers they're going to be going up against this year. You mentioned Justin Jefferson, and you throw in Addison with that group too.
And now Jawan Jennings.
Yes.
3 guys.
Yep. So that's twice this year, and you're going to get them right away week 1. I know a lot of it depends on the quarterback play too that you're going to get with those guys. Yeah. But I mean, Jets have a Garrett Wilson. You got the Falcons on the schedule with Drake London, and throw in Kyle Pitts at tight end if you want to. You throw that in there. Buccaneers with Godwin and Emeke. No Mike Evans, but still 2 talented guys. Bears, I know they traded DJ Moore, but you got Rome Odunze entering his 2nd year. So, Ben Johnson and such. Well, you factor that in there. Cowboys, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. 2 bigger receivers too. You mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then Jameson Williams. Did I say Jameson for the Jets? I meant Garrett Wilson.
No, you said Garrett Wilson.
Okay. Jameson Williams for the Lions and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Panthers Ted McMillan for crying out loud. Patriots. I'm sorry, Romeo Doubs and now A.J. Brown. So you got receivers there. Rams, we know Devontae and Puka. The list just goes. Saints have a couple new receivers on there too, along with Chris Olave. So Bills, they got DJ Moore now. I mean, you're going up against a lot of good with receivers with good teams. Nico Collins with the Texans.
They get Tank Dell back.
Yeah. So, I mean, their schedule is loaded with teams that have dynamic receivers. Yeah. These corners will be tested.
Right away.
Yeah. If I'm an offensive coordinator or if I'm a play caller going up against Green Bay, I'm testing these corners every single play. I'm not afraid of any one of. Do any of these corners right now strike fear? No. There's not a corner on this group where it's like we got to pay attention to so and so. And any coach or any coordinator that goes out in a press conference and says, "Yeah, we respect." No, you don't. No. You're just doing coach speak right now. Because I would almost be willing to guarantee in those meetings, those coaches are going to pump up their guys and say, "We can burn them every single time."
We're better than them.
Yeah. Yep. There's nobody on this roster. I hope it changes. Maybe we'll get some great play. But right now, no. There's nobody out there. You're telling me that Nixon versus CeeDee Lamb, who am I going to pick? I'm picking CeeDee Lamb 11 times out of 10.
Well, and we played the Cowboys, right? And they put up 40 on us.
Yeah.
So it was obvious we needed a secondary help. And we didn't get it. And so,
Yep. Zach says, could not agree more. If the Packers plan to start the season with Nixon and Valentine as the starters, it's not going to get you a lot of wins long-term. Corner and running back, 2 biggest concerns. Be interested to see how training camp goes. Excited to see the rookies on defense. All right. Continue to send us your thoughts, though. Is corner the most, or the position group that worries you the most for Green Bay as we head into a training camp? Yay or nay? And if it's not, what is the position group that concerns you the most? We'll take a quick break. Back with plenty more coming up in just a few minutes. Summer is here, and that means it is the perfect time to give your home a fresh new look with the help from our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center. Whether you are updating a family room, finishing a basement, refreshing a bedroom, or you're finally tackling that remodeling project that you have been putting off, Carpet City Flooring Center has the flooring options you're looking for. From beautiful luxury vinyl planks that are rigid max flooring to carpet, tile, and more, you'll find quality products and expert guidance every single step of the way. Their experienced team will help you find the right flooring to fit your style, your budget, and with professional installation available, your project can be completed quickly and correctly. Make this the summer you transform your home. Stop on in to Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire today and discover why so many area homeowners trust Carpet City Flooring Center for all of their flooring needs. Don't forget to send us your questions for DNR Warden, Mr. Jake Bilks. We'll pass those along to him. You'll be coming up in about 45 minutes or so. So please text those at 715-830-1912. I got to ask you a quick prediction. Where do you think LeBron's going? Got to throw it in there.
The Cavs.
You think it's going to be the Cavs?
Yeah.
Third time's a charm again. That's just so weird, isn't it?
I don't understand why everybody wants him. Like, I get he's still a fine player, but for the money that he's going to want.
Now, if he's true that it says that it would just be minimum.
Okay, then that makes sense. Okay, I didn't see that, but
if that is the minimum, they say that, but let's actually see.
Yeah,
you know
I
what
don't
mean?
think he's going to take the minimum.
Yeah, that's I love because it was first out that said, well, it's not about the money and that, but I still don't feel like you're going to pay for chump change either. You're not going to play for the minimum.
Yeah,
it's just I don't see that happening. So, that would I get it. It's going back home, but I mean, 3 times. Why don't you stay at home the whole time? You know what I mean? Like it's like 3 times you're going back to Cleveland. Has there been another player of that level that has done? No, I don't think there has. I don't even know if there's been another player that's gone to the same team 3 different times throughout their career. Honestly, that kind of takes a hit for me on the whole status.
Well, I think so too, because Jordan, played most of his career with the Bulls. But I think it's funny how.
And the thing is, when he did come back for the Wizards, they weren't a really good team.
Yeah.
That's the other part. Like he didn't just say, "Hey, I'm coming out to go win a champ." It was to try to help the Wizards to come back and try to make them relevant because he was part owner. So, anyways, sorry.
LeBron's got such a good PR team because he decided that to put out, "I'm not returning to the Lakers," making it look like his decision. The Lakers were not offering him a contract. They were not gonna do it. So I find it hilarious that he was like, "I'm just not going to go back," before they could say no. Now, I think that the Warriors really want him. I think they want him the most. I think the Heat want him. And I think the Sixers obviously want him because their GM did a pitch yesterday. But I think he wanted to go back to the Cavs the whole time. That's not a team that's likely to win a championship with him, but I still think he goes there.
Yeah, I wonder how much Pat Riley's trying.
Yeah.
Pair up with Giannis. Giannis and Bam. That I thought for sure it was gonna be the Warriors at first. He stays in the West Coast. Stays over there. But then, remember he made the comments about, how, it's not fun to play in Milwaukee and Memphis, and he even made a comment about Cleveland, with that. But I honestly, I don't have a good gauge.
I think if he was going to sign the veteran minimum, he'd be a Warrior. I think the Warriors don't have enough money to pay for him, so they're trying to talk him down. That is my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Because I think the Warriors already said that if they get LeBron, they're going to go try to trade for Anthony Davis.
Yep.
But they can't sign LeBron yet because of the money. That's my opinion, and I think the Heat aren't going to have the money once they sign Giannis. The Cavs aren't going to have the money once they sign Harden. So LeBron's not going to get the contract he wants.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what I honestly kind of want to see the Timberwolves get him.
That'd be an interesting team.
Just because it's different, right? It's not the Warriors, it's not the Heat, it's the Cavs, but it's Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards, and now they got Ball over there. I kind of want to see that. I kind of, just because it's different.
I do. I don't, though, at the same time, because that'd make them really hateable.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Anthony Edwards.
I like Anthony Edwards, too. I know some people, for some reason, don't with his, but I like him. I think he's a little bit more of an old school type of player, But I just, don't you think he kind of knows where he's going to go?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, can we just maybe not drag this out too much longer and just do it and get
he's
it
like
done with?
the Aaron Rodgers of the NBA.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Mm-hmm. That might be a good point. Yeah, I agree. If you want, you can make your predictions. If you want, you can send them on over 715-830-1912. So, Rando from Chippewa says, I would not want LeBron on my team unless it was for the minimum. Zach says, that's the other team, 76ers. He thinks it's 76ers. Maybe he'll go to Miami and play with Giannis. 76ers team is that would be a weird one, too. I feel. Maybe it's just because I can't picture it.
That'd make them really good, though.
Jaylen Brown, and if Embiid can stay healthy.
Maxey, Embiid, Edgecombe, and then LeBron.
Yeah. You forget about Maxey. I think he kind of gets overlooked quite a bit, and he's so good.
Like, that's a legitimate finals threat if he goes there.
If you're LeBron, is the target the Eastern Conference? Is it a little bit more open because you got the Thunder and the Spurs in the West?
It's definitely more open. I think he's chasing money. That's my opinion. But if he's looking to win a championship, you should go to Philly, or Minnesota, because those are the only two teams, in my opinion, that are going to compete for a title this year. I think the Heat in future years can, but they don't have the guard play this year. And the Cavs, you saw what happened to the Cavs in the playoffs. LeBron's not going to change that.
If he goes to the Warriors, does that vault the Warriors up into the upper half of the West with him and Steph Curry? Maybe they get Anthony Davis too.
I think so. Mm-hmm. I think they could compete with the Spurs and the Thunder. I still don't think they'd win, but I think they definitely compete.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like the East is a little bit more open.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Knicks. I know there was the talk out there, if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be the Knicks, which I could see him going to. But even the Knicks, I mean, no offense, but do the Knicks scare anybody? They did a really great job. I don't want to downplay it. They went on a historic run in the postseason. But would you call them dominating?
No. That's almost the weirdest part of this offseason, where it's like we talk about contenders, and some people don't even put the Knicks in there.
Yeah.
Because they're a forgettable team. And it's like I didn't expect them to win it at the beginning of the postseason. I didn't expect them to win it at the beginning of the finals. And then they won it. And now it's just next year. On to next year.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got to take a quick break. But we'll be back to wrap up the second hour before halftime. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Summer puts your vehicle to the test, and AJM Automotive is ready to help you win that battle. With 2 convenient Eau Claire locations, AJM Automotive can handle everything from oil changes and inspections to brakes, tires, and major repairs. Before your next road trip, make sure your vehicle is ready for wherever summer takes you. Trust the team at AJ Automotive. They've got 2 locations and 1 commitment, keeping you safely on the road all summer long. And if you've been following AJM Automotive on Facebook, which you should, make sure you do, you probably have seen that they've got a couple of cool things that you can do, because now you can conveniently purchase your tires from the comfort of your own home, as their tire e-commerce platform is fully operational. So you can select the year of your vehicle, the make, the model, the trim, and they'll find some tires for you as well. And then that effective, this month, they are introducing their on-site mobile service. So lots of stuff happening with our good friends from AJM Automotive. Make sure you go on their Facebook page to check out all of the details. We just got a couple minutes left to the top of the hour here, so we'll get back to some more baseball talk, Brewers talk, as we start to wrap up this series with the Cardinals tonight. We got Logan Henderson coming back for the Brewers. He's getting the start tonight, so we'll chat a little bit about that and take a look at this Brewers team. Luis Lara last night. Does this mean we're potentially going to maybe see some moves with Sal Frelick? I hope not. I don't want that. Am I wrong for that? We'll kick off a little 3 up and 3 down coming up next hour too. Don't forget to send us your questions for Mr. Jake Boakes coming up at 8:30. Hunting, fishing, outdoor related questions. So you can send those on over as well. Staying with the NBA talk really quick. A little surprised that the Heat didn't make a play for Middleton, signing a 3-year deal.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, good for Middleton getting $17 million for 3 years.
Who's his agent?
Right. But I was like, I thought maybe he'd go back or go to Miami and pair up with Giannis. But maybe Pat Riley's a little bit more of the no, dude, this is my team and this is how we're going to do it sort of thing.
I think Giannis hasn't talked to their ownership yet. That's my feeling, because he's still almost sad that he was traded. So he's still in Milwaukee and living in the moment, kind of, instead of go sign my brothers.
Yeah, I could see that.
Kind of a little bit.
I do. Did you watch the whole video with him and Jim Paschke, the 36-minute?
Most of it.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly feel like Giannis wanted this, but he's still he's still down about it, right? I mean, I think I think I appreciate him being open and honest about, he is scared about this. Throwing that out there. So,
well, there's a video. I don't know if you saw it, but there's a video. He was with family when the trade became official, and they started clapping, and he was like, "Don't clap! We're not celebrating this."
Yeah. That's where that's the stuff I'll miss. I think that's kind of rare now in today's sports to have an athlete with that mindset. So, I honestly hope that maybe someday he does come back and finish his career.
I hope so.
At the back end, because he did talk about Kevin Garnett. When he came back to the Timberwolves and such. So, all right. Well, we'll talk some baseball, though, coming up next hour. Maybe one of those guys, too, that we won't see suit up anymore is Brandon Woodruff. Not the greatest update from him yesterday. So we'll chat a little bit about that and take a look ahead to Game 5 coming up after these quick news updates. All right, halftime is over with, and we are on to the third quarter here this morning. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us, your start here on this Thursday morning of July 9th. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll catch up with Jake Boakes, Wisconsin Conservation Warden for the great state of Wisconsin, answering your outdoor-related questions. So, second to final call for you to send those questions on over. Text it to us, 715-830-1912. Again, 715-830-1912. We'll get back to some more baseball talk coming up here as well, with the Brewers set to finally, it feels like, it has been, finally wrap up this series with the Cardinals, the Redbirds. Fifth game of this series coming your way tonight. We got Logan Henderson coming back and making the start for the Brewers. Then the Brewers, after tonight, be hitting the road and taking on the Pirates for a 3-game series before the All-Star break. So, and it seems like we won't see Mizorowski in the All-Star game, too. Which, okay, let me ask you this. If you were Pat Murphy and the Brewers and Mizorowski had a legit shot to start the game, would you alter your starting rotation so Mizorowski would have a chance to start that All-Star game?
I think it would depend on kind of what he wanted to do. I think he could.
Part of me wonders if they know that, they've talked to like Dave Roberts and Mattingly and say, hey, would you start Miz? And if it's like, no, it's in Philly, so we're going to start Sanchez, then I wonder if they got like, oh, yeah, he's going to be our starter. I kind of wonder then if that would be different, because it sure sounds like he ain't going to play in it.
No, he's pitching our last game.
Yeah, so I feel like it'd be different if they knew for sure. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Because that is kind of a cool thing to say you started the All-Star game, right? That's at least Major League Baseball's All-Star game to me is still the best one that's out there. Hockey's up there too, that with their changes, at least it's entertaining. But at least baseball, the stars still play in that one.
I think especially this year for Miz, because last year was he was good, but he got thrown in because of all the replacements. Whereas this year he's earned it. And so this one probably means a little more. So if he were to have received the opportunity to start, I don't know why you wouldn't just call somebody up for a game.
Yeah. And maybe some of it depends on how the series goes this weekend.
Good.
What if they win their first two and Miz, maybe like, okay, well, we'll take this one off or something. But still feel Terang should figure out a way to get him on there.
Yeah.
I get it. There's a lot of second baseman in Ashley, but I think he's got better numbers than Albies.
I don't, because he does. Yeah. They compared him side by side, and he's got much better numbers than all of them. And it doesn't make any sense because it's a popularity contest.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous.
I was actually surprised Contreras got in. I thought there was going to be others ahead of him, and then he ends up getting in, which I think he deserves it too. But you're talking about the team with the second best record in Major League Baseball, and they only got 2 All-Stars.
Why is Kyle Harrison not in?
Yeah, I don't understand it. Even like Trevor McGill, I think, the other day, was it the Cardinals closer or the Phillies closer?
Cardinals closer,
yeah, got in. And I think it was the Brewers PR media guy was tweeting the numbers, and McGill had better numbers too. So, and I get it. Every team's got to have a rep there, but still.
Not every team needs 2, right? Like, Pirates can keep 1. Cardinals can take 1.
Yeah, there's maybe that just, again, tells you more about the Brewers team. I still think that's a knock that people don't believe the Brewers. Right? Doesn't that kind of say it's still a knock? Like, oh, okay, yeah, we still maybe don't believe in you, so this is, I don't know, maybe overthinking it. I think Terang was definitely well-deserving to be put in there.
Well, especially because at the end of last year, the Brewers were a top 4 team in the MLB because they were one of the last 4. And I think people still looked at several teams last year and were like, they're better than the Brewers, which is insane. And I think, again, this year we have the second best record in baseball, but more people are talking about how good the Cubs have been playing than the Brewers, which is insane. So I don't understand the national media. If we go and trade for Skubal, that probably all changes, but it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. John asked, why is Ashby not in there? I think the wins kind of get overblown I mean, it's
a little
bit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think for the All-Star game, priority is always going to be starters and closers.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like middle relievers or, guys. That's where the priority is going to be. Wins and pitchers now are just kind of, even Aaron Ashby has talked about it, that they're probably going to change the rule now with which they should. I'm sorry, but they should.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it comes to starters and getting charged with losses and whatever have you. So, I mean, you look at the National League pitchers, who are you going to take out? It is pretty deep. I mean, you've got Chase Burns, who is pitching really well, Duran from Philadelphia, Max Meyer, Mason Miller, Mizorowski, Eduardo Rodriguez, Chris Sale, Christopher Sanchez, Logan Webb, Polsky. I mean, Yamamoto from the Dodgers. Actually, when you look at it, there's only one Dodger pitcher, too, and that's Yamamoto. So, but it's usually starters and closers that are going to get. And Mason Miller deserves it. I mean, he's probably the best closer in baseball, at least the National League. Yeah. So, yeah.
Logan Webb doesn't, but,
Is he the only Giant, though?
Oh, that's probably.
I don't know if there's another. No. Luis is on there, the second baseman, isn't he? National League. Oh, no, it's all, but.
Reserves, maybe?
Yeah, where's the infielders? Yeah, Luis Ariz is on there. So that's two Giants.
Yeah, Logan Webb has a 5 ERA.
Yeah. That one, okay. But I'd put Kyle Harrison above Logan Webb.
But that's what did make sense for me was Kyle Harrison not making it. And some of these pitchers, like Miz, has been replaced. So these aren't your all-stars because Paul Skeens got replaced by Ashcraft, another Pirates pitcher. Miz should have gotten replaced by Kyle Harrison. You should have gone Brewer for Brewer.
Kind of like what they did last year with Freddie Peralta and Trevor McGill.
Yes.
And I think that at that point, I get it too, they needed one Brewer in there, which was still, I don't get it, but whatever. So just go win a World Series.
Yeah.
Right? Let's do a little 3 up and 3 down. I'm actually going to start with the downs because it is Brewers. My down, Woodruff. We've talked a lot about Woodruff already this morning. I don't think we're going to see him pitch for the Brewers again. I hope I'm wrong. But it's just the injury update, it does not sound good. When there's another issue or with what he had fixed that kept him out for a year and a half or a little over a year, missed an entire season, I don't feel good about that. So it stinks and it sucks. So down because of you feel bad for Woodruff. I think I like what you said. He is a Brewer through and through, right? Like he is. When you think about Brewers pitchers, Brandon Woodruff is going to be a name that I think a lot of people are going to remember. So I'm going to put my guy Sal. Maybe I'm more nervous.
Really? Are you really that nervous?
I'm nervous. And maybe I'm getting caught up in all the talking heads out there. But what if they could get Skubal if they put Sal Frelick in a prospect? If the Tigers say yes to that.
I still don't think they do it.
I hope they don't. Would that be the kind of, maybe not at the same level, but like
Hader?
a Josh Hader?
That would be, I think at the same level because how much Pat Murphy loves Sal Frelick.
Yeah. And I think that team loves Sal Frelick.
Yes.
The Lara call-up is just kind of, the numbers he's been producing at AAA deserves a call-up.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's discrediting that. It's just, how does that whole rotation work? Especially when you're playing Bowers in the outfield.
And just quickly, I think you can see a little bit when we see the lineup today. Because Lars started in center field over Garrett Mitchell in Game 1. He started in right over Sal Frelick in Game 2. If he starts over Churio, it kind of shows you the rotation they're going to run. Where one guy's going to start, because Churio's been bad at the plate recently, so give him a break. But it kind of shows you that they're just going to mix and match and find ways to play everybody.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe Churio plays a little DH at times too, and Yelly, I don't know, but yeah, because I mean the way Bowers is playing, they've been getting him in the outfield to try to get him more ABs. So
you think one of them could play the left side of the infield? Well, now they shouldn't.
Vaughn played third again last night, but that was, I guess, because they didn't want to put Turang in there to give him a full off day. Or hey, Sal is still listed on the depth chart as third base. So
try him out.
But I don't want him out of the outfield just the way he goes out there and plays. So, my other down, I'm going all Brewers. Just I'm a little nervous with Kyle Harrison.
Yep.
And I know that was a topic that you threw out there too. Should we be nervous about Kyle Harrison? And yesterday he revealed that he's been dealing with some elbow soreness. So I'm down because I'm more nervous about him going forward with that injury. Are you more nervous about just from a production standpoint from him?
A little bit. Yep. He's trending in the wrong direction. And maybe this is the elbow because he said he's been struggling with it for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But the last 3 times he's only made it to the 5th inning. That's not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And not even that's not good enough. That's a severe drop in production from what he was giving us earlier in the year. And so I'm a little concerned. He only throws 94.
Mm-hmm.
If you get predictable, they're going to hit you. And so I'm a little concerned that he's starting to get predictable, and the Brewers will fix that. But maybe it's just the elbow injury now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My 3 ups, staying with Brewers pitchers, Shane Drowan. We talk about the Kyle Harrison trade and the Red Sox and David Hamilton. Shane Drowan was a part of that trade too.
Mm-hmm.
And he is showing his versatility, he has shown he's a good option out of the pen. And he's putting together some solid starts as a starting pitcher too. And I think that stock's going up. So Shane Drowan on there. Robert Gasser had a great outing the other day. You talk about, all these call-ups and such, but man, Robert Gasser now has put together some starts that is reminiscent what he looked like before he got Tommy John.
Mm-hmm.
So you add his name into this possible equation here for a rotation. So I think he deserves another shot. The way he's been pitching, I feel like he's a better starter than a bullpen guy.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want him coming to the pen. I think he's proven that he can be a starter.
I think so.
So we'll see how that all plays out. And then for my final tip of the cap, Joey Ortiz is playing better. Got to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
He is playing better. He is doing amazing defensively at third. He looks more comfortable there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure, you're a baseball coach and you've played and everybody, shortstop's the primo spot, right? Everybody, we have that, and I'm sure he probably still would love to play shorts but man, if that's where he helps out the team better, and if that's where it's inadvertently kind of helping him on the offensive side of things, give him more reps over there.
Absolutely.
Keep going with him at third base.
Mm.
Why take him out right now? He's doing really well. So, yeah, and all Brewers, 3 up and 3 down. So, let's talk some more Brewers, though. We got to take a quick break before we get to Jake here. So, we'll talk about Game 5, Logan Henderson back on the mound. We'll start to preview that. Coming up after these quick words. Don't forget to check out the latest deals going on at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, including some fuel saver deals. Right now, if you go to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire up until the 12th, so you got a couple more days here, any purchase of Hallmark products, with a $10 purchase of Hallmark products, you can save 10 cents in fuel saver. So if you want to give me a birthday card for next week, there you go. You could go buy some birthday cards and then save 10 cents at the gas. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Otherwise, you've got for today, it's an extra special steak night at Hy-Vee because $1 from every meal purchased will go to benefit Breakthrough T1D. It's type 1 diabetes, helping create a world without type 1 diabetes. So it's going on today, right now at Hy-Vee for their steak night. So if you go purchase their steak meal, $1 from every meal goes to that. So otherwise, if you want to check out their flyer, you can do that right from their Facebook page too, which includes those deals on cherries going on, Tombstone Pizza, a lot of different stuff going on right now at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. We've got about 8 minutes till Jake joins us here. But we've got Logan Henderson on the mound to continue some Brewers chat here. Logan Henderson on the mound for the Brew Crew. Probably, one start, then the All-Star break, which is probably a good setup, right? You give him a start, then he gets a little extra time off to take that. But, I think we kind of know what we have with Mizorowski. Harrison maybe a little bit up in the air now. Logan Henderson's coming back. Robert Gasser's coming off of a really good start. How important is it for Logan Henderson, though, to kind of maybe come in here and showcase that he still has the goods right before the trade deadline? Like, how important is it for Logan Henderson to, like, solidify his spot in the rotation? What if he struggles? Does that make it a bigger need for this team to potentially look at a starter or two before the trade deadline?
I think so, because you're going to need that second starter if Kyle Harrison, again, he's had a drop in production. Now he's injured a little bit. If he can't pitch well, then they're going to have a second starter in the postseason to back up Miz, and now it can't be Woodruff likely. Mm-hmm. So Logan Henderson was probably your fourth starter coming into the year. Well, he's going to slide up with Woodruff's injury now, and he's going to have to be able to step into that role. And I think he can. He showed it last year really well. He started this year off fantastic. But I think just to stabilize the starting rotation is going to be needed for him.
I agree. I think this is big for Logan Henderson and for the Brewers too to see this or for him to go out there and just kind of pick up where he left off and kind of stabilize that rotation. I got sidetracked here because the Badgers announced their uniform for the Packers Notre Dame game. They got a new uniform for this. Did you see it? The video just got released. All red. Red helmet, red jersey, red pants. Yeah. I'll play the video. It's voiced actually by Vince Beagle. So, Badger, Packer player. So this is just the audio of the video, but this is courtesy from the Wisconsin Badgers.
In this state, football is a birthright. It's a sacred bond passed down through generations. From the hallowed ground of Camp Randall to the legendary history of Lambeau Field. Stitching the championship mindset of Wisconsin legends with the prestige and beauty of the championship trophy. This is all for the W. This is our state. And at the end of the day, Badgers bleed red.
It's red and silver, if you haven't seen it. So red and silver, wherever there was white is silver. What do you, oh man, that's different. That's really different.
Yeah, I don't know what
they're... okay.
They went over the top on these. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that at all. So I saw a mock uniform combination. It was blackout. So it was all black. The W was red. The numbers were red. They should have done those because those were cool.
Yeah. What does this have to do with, okay, maybe I get it now. Because they're but maybe not. But they say the Badgers are going to don these special uniforms that play tribute to the shared history between Wisconsin and Green Bay. What a part of this is for Green Bay? Is the silver supposed to be the Lombardi Trophy?
They share a state. I mean, that's enough, I guess.
Yeah, but like when they say like shared history between the Green Bay Packers, that's the only thing I could think of when they say the trophy.
Yeah, because
the silver Lombardi Trophy, but then the picture had like the college champion. So I don't know.
Packers have no red, obviously.
Right.
No silver. They're white.
Yeah, they've never had red in their. I thought when they were teasing this yesterday, were they going to have a little Packers flair to their jersey?
Like maybe a G somewhere or something?
Yeah, or maybe
cheese.
Some sort of
should have put cheese on it.
But, all right. You know what? I hate to say this, but you know what came to my mind when I first saw this jersey combo? Ohio State.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that kind of came to my mind. Just because of the silver, I think, with the red. Yeah. If you haven't seen it, look it up and let us know. What do you think about this? What do you think, Badgers fans? I'm indifferent, right? Maybe I'm a traditionalist, but maybe the youngsters will like it. College kids probably like it. Well, you're a college kid, so I mean, you don't like it.
No, not great.
All right. Well, what do you think, peeps? Let us know. Let's take a quick break. We're going to switch gears here for a little bit, and we'll talk some outdoors with Mr. Jake Bilks. He's coming up after these quick words. Summer road trips create some great memories, but sometimes accidents do happen. If a fender bender puts a dent into your plans, you can trust Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire to get your vehicle looking like new again. Their experienced team provides quality collision repair and attention to detail that helps restore your vehicle and your peace of mind. When life bumps into your vehicle, count on Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire. All right, let's talk some outdoors with our dude, Mr. Jake Bilks, conservation warden for the great state of Wisconsin. Good morning, Jake. How you doing, bud?
Morning, doing well. What's yourself?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. We're getting into the middle of July. I'm starting to already think about bow hunting season coming up in a couple months and that, but I know we still got fishing and that.
Yeah, I know. I think we made that comment last time we were talking how quickly it's going to turn, but we won't. It's not turning just yet.
Exactly.
But there was something that I had to do the other day, or saw that something to do with deer, or get your bear tags in or whatever, your bobcat tags in. I was like, oh gosh, it's coming.
It's coming, man. It's coming.
But it's still humid, and we're going to get into a real dry, warm spell. So summer is definitely here.
Exactly.
So.
Well, hey, we got a couple questions ready to go if you're ready to jump into this. So,
always.
Rando from Chippewa Falls came in early with a question. I know we've kind of talked something about this before in the past, but he asked, can you catch a small fish from a lake and then use it as bait to catch another bigger fish?
Yeah. So the short answer is you can catch your own bait on the same water body and utilize it, but there are some requirements you got to follow. So yes, you can do it. So the most common thing is a lot of people like to catch bluegill and use them for catfishing. Totally legal. The things that you got to be considerate of is that, say you catch a bluegill to use for bait, it's once you possess that fish, whether you keep it, you bring it home for fertilizer, you cut it up for bait, whatever, it's part of your daily bait limit. So if you're catching them on Altoona, you can only catch 10. If you're catching them on the river, you can catch 25. So it's part of your daily bait limit, so you got to be mindful of that. Also, depending on what species you pick for a little fish, quote unquote, it has to be a legal fish. So there's no size restriction for panfish. So any panfish you use, as long as it's in season, whatever, you're good to go. But some people talk about using short bass that they catch and stuff like that. It's not legal to keep a short bass to use it for bait unless you're on a lake that allows, short bass. So the only lake around here is Half Moon. On Half Moon Lake, you can keep fish under 14 inches, bass under 14 inches. They encourage it. So you could keep a 10-inch bass and use it for bait. But the bait you collect or the fish you collect have to be used on that water body that day. You can't transport them to different water bodies. So you can't catch one on Half Moon, bluegills or short bass, and then bring them down to the Chippewa River. You can't catch bluegills in the Chippewa, bring them up to Lake Wissota, and you can't even catch bluegills on one part of the Chippewa River, put them in your bucket, and then go to a different part of the river. You can't be transporting fish to use in other places. So with all those requirements, you can do it. You can go below the Dells Dam, you can catch a bluegill, cut it up, use it for catfish bait, and it's totally legal to do right there.
Jake, going back to what you said about Half Moon, I know it might be more of the biologist question, but do you know why they promote or ask to maybe keep those bass that are smaller than 14?
Yeah. It's a smaller lake, and from my understanding, it's just that there's a lot of them.
Okay.
There's a lot. The fish can't get too big because there's just so many of them. So the forage, the food sources, all that kind of stuff is there's less of it. So they basically just get stunted. It's just you can go, there's a long conversation to be had about carrying capacity of any species in any ecosystem. If you have too many deer in one spot and they eat all the vegetation and all the forage food, then, those deer are not going to be as healthy because there's, supply and demand. From my understanding, that's what it is in Half Moon Lake, is just that there's so many bass that they changed the legal length limit to 5 fish under 14, or one of those fish may be over 18, to keep to encourage to take more of them out of there to help improve the size structure.
Gotcha. Okay, I did not know that. I learned something.
Yeah, it's always interesting when I ask people down there. I ask it out of educational, not to get someone in a trap. I just ask them, hey, do you know the regulations here for bass and this and that?
Interesting.
And they always, most people either say no or they go with the statewide 14 and over. But I try to help educate down there whenever I can. So
yeah, that's a good one.
So if you're looking to eat bass, go grab them out of there.
Yeah, definitely. So another question. This came from a texter just asking, is there an organization or someone local that that would take used fishing gear and give it to kids who want to fish? They have a lot of rods and reels and ice fishing equipment that they would love to see going to kids that can't afford the type of equipment but want to fish or learn how to fish.
Yeah, so I can't say I know 100% sure right now which organization might take them. But what I can recommend is that every year around the free fishing weekend in the summer, so the first weekend of June, you'll find, if you go on social media, you go on the news, whatnot, you'll find different places that have fish with kids events and free fishing events and stuff like that. One of those, I know for sure one of those clubs every year is the Lake Hallie Optimist Club. And I know there's plenty of others all around this region. So I would encourage someone to kind of look into that, try to find one of those organizations that's promoting a youth fishing day, and then just reach out to them and ask. Ask if they have interest in it, ask if they need it, ask, this and that, because sometimes they want specific equipment. Maybe, they're not doing ice fishing stuff, so they don't want ice fishing. Maybe they will take it and pass it out for free with the kids. You never know. So I wouldn't look for anywhere like a Goodwill where, someone's just always going to be taking stuff. But if you find out which organizations do these events, you could reach out to them and ask. The DNR office in Eau Claire does hold some equipment for people to come rent for free. So you could come down to the DNR office and ask the front desk women. They'll know, and they'll probably run it by me anyways, so we can look at what's here and see if that's an option to kind of restock that, because the DNR can accept donations for certain items, so that could be a possibility as well. And if you did bring them down here, the wardens locally do a Cops and Bobbers type fishing event with Altoona PD each spring, and we're always soliciting donations from different businesses. So depending on the quality of the equipment and what it is, that might be something we can utilize for those kids as well. So find local clubs, and you can always reach out to the DNR and ask.
That's a good. I thought was maybe this is an every year thing, Jake, but was there or maybe certain locations where they have setups where if you don't have a fishing pole, you could borrow a fishing pole and try fishing and stuff?
Definitely certain DNR offices have it. There's less and less public or forward facing DNR service centers, which is unfortunate. It's all budgeting and staffing and stuff. Black River Falls used to be open to the public, now it's not. It's just strictly a field office for employees. But Eau Claire does, I think Baldwin used to be or is, and sometimes those places have them. I've also seen that a lot of state parks have fishing gear that you can either rent or take for free, borrow for free. So that might be another option. Reach out to Lake Wissota State Park, Willow River State Park, or wherever you live. Just stop in and talk with them. I wouldn't bring everything right away because they might not be in need of it or whatnot, but you could go to any of those state parks or DNR offices and just ask if that's something that they'd be willing to accept a donation for.
Good stuff. How did quickly, how did the 4th of July week go for you? Anything big? How does that week normally go for you?
Yeah, it's pretty wicked. I know we talk about it year round. My favorite busy time of year is definitely the deer season, stuff like that, 'cause that's your classic, fishing game, sportsman busyness. But, ever since COVID, a lot more people spend a lot more time outside, which is great. So it really makes Memorial Day, 4th of July weekend, especially when it's on a Saturday, Labor Day weekend, all that stuff. It's pretty busy. You know, the rut gets pretty busy these days. Everything it seems like it's pretty busy. So it was your classically busy ATV, UTVs everywhere, boats so thick on some lakes that you could walk across them. People out and about. The state parks had some issues going on. You know, people maybe indulging a little bit too much and being a little too loud, stuff like that. But nothing, you know, in this Chippewa Valley area, nothing too crazy. You know, if I had to put on the old fun police hat and put out some reminders, it's always going to be, you know, drinking and driving, whether it's boats or UTVs and ATVs. Unfortunately, to start off the weekend, we had, you know, a fatal accident in Clark County right away. And then, you know, maybe, you know, you never know exactly how it goes down, but, and then on the lakes, you know, there's a couple people that were arrested for operating while intoxicated with their kids in the boat and stuff like that. Those are all just things that, you know, you don't want to put yourself in that position legally, but also just from a safety standpoint. But the other, you know, 95% of people that we contacted were having a good time. Most people were in compliance. You know, a lot of life jackets people were forgetting or not thinking of, or said they had them but didn't bring them, type of thing. So you definitely want your life jackets. But a lot of really good people we got to meet, and, you know, that's a fun part of these busy weekends is we get to meet really nice people, people that are happy, people that are supportive, you know, enjoying the Fourth, you know, showing respect to our country. So it was a fun weekend.
Yeah.
Wardens work a lot. I think I put in 40-plus hours just in a couple of days, but it makes it fun when there's a lot of good people out there to contact.
I know it's a month away, but maybe, you know, kind of going back to the hunting thing here with those bonus tags, they're going to be start to put that in the back of everybody's minds, because I was looking it up earlier just to make sure I knew the date, but that's coming up a little over a month, midway through August. But those, if you're into the bonus tags for deer hunting, it's going to be here before you know it too.
Oh, for sure, yeah, that'll be here before you know it. You know, the thing about the bonus tags is that if you already bought your patron's license or deer hunting licenses and stuff, you weren't able to select your bonus harvest authorizations or your doe tag. So if you haven't bought anything, that's fine. You know, it's obviously not season. You'll get those automatically when you buy your license. But if you're like me and you buy your patron's license right away, you have to go back and make sure to select those doe tags before you go out and shoot one. Otherwise, you don't have one. So when those bonus tags come up, it's a good time as a reminder not only to get your bonus ones, but also get the free ones that come with your license. That way you're in compliance when you go hunting. And then we'll obviously talk about it more at the end of the month. But, you know, I think the beginning of August is also your Bobcat application time, maybe your Fisher, Otter, stuff like that. So come the end of the month, definitely we'll start looking at getting all those fall licenses and permits and applications in.
Absolutely. All right. He's Jake Bilks, Conservation Warden for the state of Wisconsin. We appreciate the time as always, buddy. Thanks for answering some questions from listeners, and let's do it again next week, okay?
Yeah, great questions. I always like it. So the more the merrier. Appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely. There you go. There's Jake joining us as usual, like every Thursday morning here. We got to take a quick break, and we'll wrap up the third hour coming up after these few words. So we got a little more details on these new Badger football uniforms for the game at Lambeau against Notre Dame. So the silver is inspired by the Lombardi Trophy, which is something we were kind of wondering, and that is the case. The subtle one is on the shoulder pads. There's 3 stripes. You probably don't see it right away because the middle one's red, so it blends in with the jersey. But the stripes is Packers, because they have 3 stripes, the modern 3 stripes, but the Badgers also have just 2 stripes, so it's kind of a combo of that, really. So Camp Randall Arch. Okay. Now they do a zoom in on the stripes. It's like the Camp Randall Arch breaks in there too. So, okay, a little subtle on there. All right. The Motion W, the silver metallic dimensional lettering with subtle Camp Randall Arch inspired stone texture. Okay. And then the rose red accents, signifying obviously Wisconsin's history with the Rose Bowl. So, all for the W on the back of the helmet, our brand, purpose, everything we do, and everyone who does it for one reason, for the W. And then they've got the flag on the back because it's Labor. They're kicking off the football season and celebrating America's 250th birthday in Titletown, USA, with the flag on their jersey, not their helmet. So, glad they explained it a little bit. And I know we had a texter said that Notre Dame's jerseys look more with a Green Bay than that. Well, I mean, Green Bay, the Packers were kind of founded with Notre Dame references all over. So, to be fair, Notre Dame has more of a connection to Green Bay than the Badgers do with the Packers. So,
I think the Culver's patch on the jersey just makes the connection to the Packers. Like, that alone does.
If there was going to be a jersey patch for Wisconsin, there was few that would work, and that was one of them.
Yeah, Quick Trip and Culver's.
Yeah, that there was few that would work, and that was definitely one of them. So that I give props to.
Yeah.
For that. You know, I know a lot of people are not big on patches on jerseys, but I think for Wisconsin people, they can buy that one.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be good with that one. If it was like some big, and I know people have issues with the American Family one, but if that was,
yeah.
That's still a Wisconsin brand.
It is.
So
it is.
It's just it doesn't fit with the they had it with the beer and the Miller, and I get it. It worked that way. So, John says, who do you guys think has the best looking jerseys in Major League Baseball?
Like regular jerseys?
I say we go regular.
Okay.
Like the normal. Is that what? Regular rotation ones?
Like home and away jerseys.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I'm looking at those teams right now. I'll say this, because I'm going to factor in hats into this.
Yeah.
I keep going Baltimore and Blue Jays.
Okay.
Because I just like the hats of the Baltimore Orioles and the Blue Jays. So I kind of throw that in there. Like, I think a hat is a big deal for baseball, the look of the hat.
Yeah.
I like the Brewers color scheme of the dark blue and kind of the yellow gold. I do like that.
I like the Rangers.
Yeah.
Blue and red.
Mariners I like.
Yep. Mariners pretty good.
Like the old school Mariners with the Griffey Jr., the Jay Buhner days, and Randy Johnson. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd probably go those 3. Now, if Marlins were old school Marlins, maybe, because I used to have one as a kid, because I've told the story before, but the Metford Kmart had a Marlins hat, so I bought it, or I got it. I didn't buy it because I was a kid, but yeah. Can't count Brewers, which is fair. I would agree with that. Now, I'd probably go in Baltimore and Toronto just because of the hat. I like the hat. You're cheating. You're Googling.
I am cheating. I want to see what everybody else says. These are City Connect jerseys. Yeah, Cleveland's not great.
Yeah. Now, this list here, is it City Connect jerseys, or is it?
Some of these are, some of these aren't.
Okay.
But, wow, Brewers.
Brewers were 16th. Okay.
Like, Athletics should not be 11. Their color scheme just does not work for a baseball team.
Works for a football team, though, right?
Yeah, but not for a baseball team. You need, like, more color.
Mm-hmm. I kind of wondered if the traditionalists would be up there, and that sure looks like that's the case. Like the Cubs 2, Cardinals 1. Cardinals, I would say, are pretty cool. I like the bat with the 2 Cardinals on the side. I do like that.
Now, I'll never say it, but the Cubs color scheme kind of works.
Yeah.
But they're just stuck because they're the Cubs, but their color scheme kind of works.
It seems a lot go with the pinstripes.
Yeah.
Which
the pinstripe look is good.
I get it. Yeah, I do like the pinstripes. Mets are on there.
Mets, the pinstripes.
Phillies, Yankees.
Yankees are just black and white, though.
Or dark blue and white.
Are they dark blue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dark blue. I kind of like the Tigers D for their Detroit.
Yeah.
A little old schoolish there. But, again, if I'm just picking from hats, I'm going to go Baltimore and the Blue Jays. I don't know why. I like those hats.
Yeah.
I can't pull myself to wear another team hat, though, that I'm not a fan of. So I do think if there was a sport that would be acceptable to do, that would be baseball. Like, I'm not going to wear another NFL hat just because I like the look of it.
Yeah.
And at least Toronto and Baltimore is in a different league.
And it's like, it's so different in the MLB than the NFL. Because, I don't know. It's just different.
Yep. NBA, I'd probably get away with it too because it'd have to be a throwback Orlando Magic hat. Just because. So.
There you go.
All right. What's this? Okay, well, maybe we'll hit this up. Have a little fun with CBS Sports. Which tier does your team fall into? Which teams have best set their quarterback up for success?
Ooh.
All right, we'll see if we agree with where they put the Packers. We'll just say it's not the top. See if we agree with that or not. All right, shot clock's going to cut us off. Final hour coming up here. Let's have some fun in the happy hour portion. Hit us up with some more ones. Thanks for that question, John. That was a good one. Send some more over here so we can kind of change it up here a little bit. So you can text those or hang out in the Section 105 chat room. We'll take a quick break with some news updates, and we'll kick it off with a little football talk. Have a little fun with this one. So we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. All right, here we go. Final hour on this Thursday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us and joining in on the conversation here. Let's kick off this hour. We're going to switch gears and chat a little. Let's chat a little football here this morning, just because we're getting closer to training camp, and CBS Sports had a piece up here, a little fun one. Which teams have their quarterbacks kind of best set up for success? Green Bay's not in the top 10. In fact, Green Bay, according to them, now they have a weighted system and they figured it all. I wish they would have done explaining the grades a little bit more for like Green Bay.
Yeah, for Green Bay.
I wish they would have done that. Just the only mention they talk about was Matt LaFleur versus Kellen Moore, which whatever. But they've got Green Bay at 13 in the tier 3 above average teams. These are the teams ahead of Green Bay. Atlanta at 12, Minnesota at 11, Chargers 10, Bengals 9, Chiefs 8, Bills 7, Jaguars 6, San Francisco 5, Cowboys 4, Lions 3, Bears 2, Rams 1. There's some teams in there that are ahead of them. I don't know if I would necessarily put above Green Bay. I get some of the points. But the only thing they really kind of mention about Green Bay here, though, is, let me bring it up, that this writer said, here we go. We had 2 more ties in the next 2 spots. The Saints and Packers got to their ranking in different ways, with Green Bay's edge at play caller, Matt LaFleur versus Kellen Moore, making up for the New Orleans advantage along the offensive line. While we gave the same grades to each of their pass-catching and running back rooms, the Falcons' elite running back grade for Bijan and Brian Robinson making up for the disadvantage in the pass-catcher department, where the Falcons are much thinner than the Vikings. So really, okay, is Jordan Love set up better to succeed than Atlanta?
So, maybe. I think we have better depth at the receiver room, but they have Bijan Robinson.
But we have Tucker Kraft, too. And I know they got Kyle Pitts, which maybe is a wash.
I think Tucker Kraft's better.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think Drake London's better than receivers we have.
You think Drake London's better than?
I think Christian Watson, I do.
Okay.
Now, we have better depth, but they have far and away the better running back.
What, play caller? Kevin Stefanski?
So maybe I would put the Packers a little bit above the Falcons just for that fact.
Mm-hmm.
I think LaFleur is better. The Vikings, deep receiving room. We have the better running game, though, and the better quarterback, but quarterback doesn't matter in this scenario.
Offensive line?
See, the hard part is, and I heard you talking about this yesterday, we don't know about the offensive line.
Yeah.
So it's going to be so, this is all skewed because the Packers could have the best offensive line or one of the worst.
Mm-hmm.
So if they end up having the best, I'd take them over the Falcons. I'd take them over the Vikings.
The thing is, with the Falcons and the Vikings, they've got quarterback questions.
Yeah.
So it's like...
They do. The problem is it's not about quarterbacks.
It's right. But so if you did factor in quarterbacks, then maybe Green Bay would be higher.
If we didn't factor in quarterbacks, Packers 8, maybe.
Yeah.
How are the Bears 2?
My guess is...
I read a little bit. He said because of their depth at the receiving room.
Hey, come on now.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Come on now.
They have unproven commodities.
I'll give them tight end depth. I'll give them the tight end depth. You got Cole Kmet, and you got the rookie from last year. Was it? I just blanked on his name.
Colson Loveland.
Thank you. Running backs.
I'd take Josh Jacobs over any running back they have. DeAndre Swift they have.
I will say they have a better offensive line. I'd give Chicago the offensive line. But, I mean, really? Running wide receiver depth?
Yeah, you go to receiver. Rome Odunze and Christian Watson, very similar.
Yeah, and then Luther Burden, which I think he could be a good put. I mean, Jane Reed and
Matthew Golden, very similar.
Yeah.
The Bears should not be too. Is this guy a Bears fan?
That one does surprise me on that. But Rams, I could see definitely number one.
Yes. Yes.
I can see that. Heck, I mean, the Lions, you look at their playmakers. I think they have a little question mark on offensive line depth.
A little bit.
And if you're going to factor in play caller, they got a new one, which is an unknown, which you'd think would take them down a notch.
Maybe a little bit. The problem is, again, I think this is the same with the Falcons. When you have one of the best running backs in the NFL that can pass, catch, and run, it adds a new dimension to your offense.
And you got a quarterback that's not going to do really a whole lot to lose the game for you, if you know what I mean. Dallas, I was a little surprised that they gave high remarks to Brian Schottenheimer. I get it. They put up a lot of points last year, and he did surprise me.
They've been drafting offensive linemen for like the past 8 years.
Yeah.
So I think that helps.
But, and they got Pickens and they got CD Lamb and, but Bengals surprised me that they put up 9 because I feel like they can't protect.
Well, the Niners at 5, they have no receivers. They signed Mike Evans.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ayuk's out. They got Kittle and McCaffrey if they could stay healthy. But I think Kittle's going to be missing a big chunk of the season. So, I don't.
That surprises me. The Jags, I guess, at 6, but they lost ETN or HN, whatever his name is. You've got,
Jacksonville at 6 is really surprising.
Brian Thomas Jr., but Jacksonville's not 6 in my book.
No.
The Bills have DJ Moore. Period.
Yeah.
James Cook, maybe. Like, the Bills, I personally would take the Packers above the Bills because their offensive line's not great. They only have DJ Moore. James Cook, probably better than Josh Jacobs, but the running back doesn't make a whole offense when your line's not as. The line's probably comparable with the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they have a better play caller, but I'd take Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
Over their head coach. I forget his name.
Joe Brady. First-time head coach now, too. Yeah, and the Bengals one, too. Like, I'd take LaFleur over Zach Taylor. I'm sorry.
I would, too, but I think the combination of Jamar Chase and T. Higgins
they must have.
But at the same time, their offensive line is one of the worst in the NFL.
Right. That's the thing. Is I don't. Yeah.
This is confusing, again, because you look at the Chargers. Mm-hmm. They have Ladd McConkey and nobody else in that receiving room. They've got an okay O-line when Joel
They've
comes
invested a
back.
lot, yeah.
Yeah, but not really a run game. I mean, Amarian Hampton is unproven, so why are they at 10?
I feel like this is very inconsistent in a lot of areas.
Yeah.
Like, they make the argument for one, but then it kind of goes against it in another tier. Yeah, it's confusing to me.
And the Chiefs, I feel like that's probably a good spot for the Chiefs just because their receivers are unproven. Their offensive line's not great, but they got a good running back.
And Andy Reid.
Andy Reid, yeah.
I think that's a big part of it, too. I was actually a little surprised they had Philly at 16.
The Broncos are pretty low, too. They just got Jalen Waddle, who's going to add a new element to that offense.
Yep. I thought Philly with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, they're always solid up front on the offensive line, And I know they had offensive coordinator issue, and they got a new play caller coming in from Green Bay. But, yeah, I was a little surprised they were that. Yeah, I don't know if I like this whole list, to be honest with you.
I'm not on board with this list.
I'm not either. The fact that the Patriots are 18 and they just went to the Super Bowl with some of their offense.
And then they added offensive pieces.
Yeah. So I don't, I'm not all about this one.
Well, and the Raiders, if you just take out the quarterback, have Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, they've got one receiver, Omar Cooper Jr., I believe, who they drafted. So they're kind of set up for success too.
And they got actually 2 first-round tight ends.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
As their backup. So. Yeah.
And there's the Dolphins who have nobody.
Hey, let's give him it's quarterback. That's it. But he has got nobody around him except for
Tutu Atwell.
Yeah, and they re-signed their running back.
That's true. They still have A-Chain.
Yep. But after that, it might be I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
If there was another team to root for, I'm kind of looking at like Miami and Pittsburgh, just because I got nothing against Jeff Hafley. Malik Willis helped out Green Bay.
Yeah.
Obviously the guy running Miami now is a Green Bay guy, John Eric Sullivan. As long as it doesn't hurt Green Bay, I'm rooting for those teams to do well. Pittsburgh's a little bit different because it's the last run with Rodgers, but Mike McCarthy's there and a boatload of other former Packers. So, I hope Malik Willis does well. I do. I really do, because I think he saved Green Bay quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he was so fun to watch. And,
And everybody's going to say he got paid, but you still want to prove it again so that he can play longer. Because if he has a bad year, they're going to draft a quarterback. And then he's in the same spot he was in Tennessee. So, I hope he lights it up.
I do too. All right. Let's. By the way, Let me throw out an informal poll to all of our wonderful listeners out there. I'm thinking about doing a massive fantasy football league this year, maybe multiple. So if we get a lot of people that want to join in, just hit me up with a yay. Be free to join in, and we'll give away prizes and stuff with that. So do you play fantasy football?
I do.
See, I don't.
Okay.
I used to a lot. And the reason I stopped is for my own self-stress levels. Because I don't want to get to a point
where you're cheering for the other team. Is that what you're going to say?
Yes. I don't want to get to the point where I'm cheering for, I'll use this example, Calvin Johnson to go off against Green Bay one time. Or, maybe in this case, it's like a Justin Jefferson. Like, I can't do that. And I enjoyed it. It got a little too competitive for me, and then I get to the mixed emotions. So that's, like, I enjoy following it and watching it. Like, I'm going to help Hudson do his first one this year. But that's where I was at. I can't do that. Yeah.
See, I counter that by benching them when they play the Packers.
So you would bench Justin Jefferson?
I did last year.
Going up against Green Bay?
I did.
You would sacrifice?
Both games.
You would sacrifice your fantasy football team for that?
I'm back-to-back championships. I sacrificed week. I think that was like 4.
Wow.
I did.
Look at you.
I did. I lost both weeks.
Good for the team.
But I won the championship.
All right.
So maybe some good vibes.
Wow. Okay. Hey, I think you've got more cojones than a lot of people probably would at that point. That's all right.
See, okay, but I will say, if it was like a Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm not going to bench him.
Yeah.
If it's a Bijan Robinson, I'm not going to bench him. I'll cheer against them, but I'm not going to bench them. But a wide receiver, I'll always bench.
Okay. All right. I still
just because you can, in terms of fantasy football, there's so many receivers. Like, I can find a receiver that I can play in 1 week.
What leagues do you usually use? Because this is the thing I have to figure out now too. Because I want to find one that's going to be easy for listeners to do. And if we get a lot, we'll do multiple leagues. Not, I'm not going to do a league that has 32 teams. That's ridiculous. But
yeah, you get down to drafting.
Yeah. Which ones? Do you use ESPN? Yahoo. Is Yahoo like the most? Was there one Sleeper? I think.
Sleeper. I use that one. So I had, we did one at Memorial for ESPN. On Sleeper, I had a friend's one, and then my family one's on Yahoo. Yahoo's the best in my opinion.
You like Yahoo?
It's the easiest.
Okay.
Sleeper's second. I do not like ESPN.
Okay.
It's very complicated.
Does Yahoo have like an easy app to do it on?
Yeah.
Like I know Sleeper
Yahoo
does.
Fantasy. Yeah.
Okay.
They have an app for it.
Okay.
So.
I think Sleeper was the last one I did.
Okay.
So I'm out of the game on that.
Yeah.
What app to use. So I just want to make it easy for listeners to do.
Sleeper's fine, but I like Yahoo best.
Okay. Well, how about the rest of you? If you've got one, let me know, because then we'll kind of maybe go off that on the majority. So we'll have some fun with this one. We'll have to get you in on it.
Yeah. I'm in.
All right. I might have to recruit somebody else to run it though, so I don't get tempted to get. I can't. Like, I always wanted to be a general manager as a kid.
Yeah.
And I remember when fantasy sports first started. Like that's when I was a kid. And Yahoo, that was all about, like, I was basketball, baseball. I did golf.
Really?
Football. Yeah. Like, I wanted to be a general manager as a kid. Now I don't. It's fun to talk about, but like,
Yeah. I think the most fun I've ever had in fantasy is we did college football. The year Joe Burrow was in there. The last year they did college football on Yahoo, and I picked him up off waivers because nobody knew who he was. Won the tournament with Jonathan Taylor.
Nice. Speaking of college football, I see Yahoo this morning. I think it was this morning. They're doing college football fantasy.
Again?
Yeah.
Let's go. They're bringing it back.
Yep.
There you go.
I saw somebody tweet it this morning, so let me see if I can find that. Yep, fantasy football is going back to school. College fantasy football is now on Yahoo. Get started today. So
there you go.
Mm-hmm. All right, draft's open August 3rd. Get going.
No Badgers, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry. Looks like a lot of people are saying Yahoo, so looks like a lot of people are picking Yahoo for that. So, all right, let's take a quick break. Plenty more to get to coming up after these few words. Want to go back to baseball here for a minute because something was announced yesterday. Justin Verlander, this is going to be his final year in Major League Baseball. He's going to be at the All-Star Game. He's the commissioner's pick, which, I mean, that's commissioners have been doing those kind of picks and such. But when you look at Verlander, when he does call it a career, is it kind of the end of an era of certain pitchers and such? And I kind of go to the 300 win benchmark for starting pitchers because he's the closest active person. He's got 266 wins. He's not going to get the 300 mark. The next closest is Max Scherzer, who's at 222. All right, these guys are in their 40s. Unless baseball changes their rules in awarding wins and with starters, I don't know if we'll ever see another pitcher hit 300 wins. You've got Randy Johnson has 303. Tom Glavine was 305. Those are the the most recent modern era type of players. And I think you could put Verlander in that. I guess Jamie Moyer's got 269, but he also pitched for 25 flipping seasons. So Verlander to me is like one of the last old school pitchers. Like, I don't know how many more starting pitchers we're going to see that's going to pitch. Like, he's 43 years old.
Yeah.
How many are we going to see starters go into their early 40s as a starter in Major League Baseball? Because, okay, Miz, for example, we don't know how that's going to play out, right? But I think if you were an odds maker, you're probably saying, I don't think he's going to pitch into his 40s. Talking straight up starter, not transitioning into a bullpen or, a starter or a closer type of role. So I think this is kind of like when Verlander's calling it and whenever Max Scherzer calls it, that's kind of the end of an era of maybe old school starting pitchers.
Yeah. Pretty much. Like you said, with the velocity that the MLB throws with nowadays, the arms aren't going to hold up.
Yeah.
And so, like, Miz won't throw until he's 40. He may get to 35, but I don't see many of these pitchers throwing into their late 30s. So Garrett Cole may be the last one, but he just had Tommy John.
Yeah.
So I think it's Verlander and Max Scherzer, and then you come into the era of we're going to pitch till we're 34, and then we're done.
There's one thing. So you have that list on there, too. You want to talk about another thing that has really kind of gone by the wayside, the complete games, that CG category right there. So Verlander's got 26 complete games. That's not even and I get it, that baseball's got a long history. Okay, I am scrolling through the 800s and he's still not even in there for 26. Yeah,
wow.
Let's see what number he shows up. Okay, I have gone through, it doesn't even show up through 1,000 according to Baseball Reference for complete games. And I get it, there's a lot of years, and this goes way back. So I probably have to do a little bit more of the modern era. But like Cy Young, 749 complete games. I mean that's the stuff that's not going to happen anymore, right? I mean that's not going to happen. I'm trying to find like Warren Spahn, okay, 50s. He had 382 complete games, for crying out loud. The pitching has changed so much throughout its history. We talk about different changes in sports, like football, for example, right? When football first started, it was run. Nobody passed. You don't throw a football. It was run. Now it's passing. Basketball, the 3-point shot, how much that changed. You look at pitching over the years, and it's just kind of it's a weird change where it was guys would just go out there and throw so much heat and gas, and now it's like throw harder, but you don't last as long anymore.
Well, and Cy Young averaged about 122 pitches per game. And
yeah.
Dylan Cease yesterday was 3 outs from a no-hitter. 111 pitches got pulled, and we're criticizing him for leaving his pitcher in at 111 pitches. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where this goes wrong, because I remember even Miz's complete game shutout against the Phillies. They were debating pulling him with like 88 pitches. Nowadays, that's a lot. Back then, we got 3 innings left in us, right? So I think that's changed a little bit where we got to be so careful with these guys now and their pitch count and monitor them so closely. Like 122 pitches is insane every 5 days. And he may have pitched less than every 5 days. I don't know how many times Cy Young pitched, but that's incredible.
Let me just see. Okay, so this is where I was kind of curious about. How hard did like Cy Young throw?
Yeah.
We don't know, right? I mean, that was back then. But so because I know they tried doing it with like Nolan Ryan. Remember we talked about that?
Yeah.
So while it says there's no official radar gun measurement because he played from 1890 to 1911, historians and baseball analysts generally estimate his fastball velocity to have been in the upper 80s to low 90s, likely peaking around 85 to 90. So I would imagine that that's still fast, but today's standard, that doesn't get it done.
No.
Right? So I would imagine that probably helped his career where he could stay in games longer. He's not putting as much torque. He's not throwing 100 miles per hour like 50 times in a game. So that, I would imagine, would help prolong his career that way.
I think a little bit, but also Justin Verlander in his career has thrown 57,000 pitches. Cy Young's thrown 99,000. That's 42,000 more pitches.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's just velocity. I just think, in my generation, we like to say built different. They were just built different back then.
And I think a lot too for those guys, they probably weren't practicing pitching as much, working out, right? We talk about that a lot. And because, back in those generations, you don't hear a whole lot about guys missing time. Like, the 60s Packers. We don't hear like football players back then with ACLs, right? We don't hear that stuff. And it's not to say that didn't happen, but I mean, what they do in the offseason, they were car salesmen. They were doing all this. They weren't constantly working out. So are they putting more strain on their bodies and essentially kind of weakening them at the same point too? Overuse a little bit.
Well, this is a quote. I don't know by who, but it's during Young's time, pitchers were told not to pitch with max effort until there were runners in scoring position because the threat of a home run was so minuscule.
I suppose polo grounds were huge. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So then you don't have to throw that fast because you're getting outs. And so I think that's also where nowadays, I mean, Miz threw one. I was at the game, 103 right down the middle, and they hit it out. Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a little bit of it too.
Yeah, it says right here, in Young's prime, it was unusual to throw hard often. A pitcher would choose his spots to bear down. Christy Mathewson called it pitching in a pinch. Oh, okay, so there's a lot of factors into that. All right. Man, I'm surprised nobody has kind of like said, well, you got to have, an asterisk next to this and all that because it's so, that's going to,
Well, look at that Woodruff. I mean, right now he's doing what they did. He's pitching to contact. He's hitting his spots. He's throwing 85. He's getting outs.
Yeah. It's almost Greg Maddux-esque.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Just got to be a smart pitcher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I actually heard it said, Brandon Woodruff is a pitcher. Jacob Mizorowski is more of a thrower.
I can see that. I like that.
Because he calculates his spots. He hits his edges. Mm-hmm. Whereas Miz will do that this year. He's a lot more of a pitcher this year.
Yep.
But he throws 103, so you can miss every once in a while.
Like Greg Maddux is a pitcher because he never overthrew everybody, but he was so accurate. It was ridiculous. Like it just pinpoint accuracy. It's a good conversation to have, kind of going back on that. But yeah, I think, Verlander's going to be a Hall of Famer. There's no question about it. It's just, with him and Scherzer, I'm assuming Scherzer's going to be done here soon too. You would think.
Yeah.
You would think. But, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the end of an era after that. So, All right, let's take a quick break. Back with more after these few words. Since we were just talking a little baseball, I just saw this nugget coming up with pitching. So, like last night, Jared Jones with the Pirates was pulled when he had a perfect game going through 6 innings, but was pulled because he had a strict pitch count and elbow injury management. The combined perfect bid ended in the 7th. But Codify on Twitter posted MLB pitchers leaving with a perfect game through 6 or more innings, and they start from 1901. Let's just say from 1901 through 2015, it happened 0 times. 2016, it happened once. 2022 is twice. 2026, this year, twice, July 5th and July 8th. This year. So, yeah.
Don't understand.
I will say that, like, I would hate to be the manager that has to tell the pitcher, hey, we got to pull you.
Yeah.
I would hate to be that person that has to do that.
The sick feeling a pitcher must get when he goes to the dugout and that first guy gets on.
Yeah.
It's got to be like the other day, it was against the Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
The pitcher goes to the dugout. The very first 4 pitches were a walk. Perfect game's over. Next pitch, a hit. No hitter's over. The very next pitch, a 3-run home run.
Yeah.
Shutout's over. And
Yeah.
it was like, the pitcher was like, I threw a perfect game.
Mm-hmm. That's where it stinks for pitchers when they go out there and like starters and they throw those great games and just to see it all crumble down. Unless it's your team doing it to them.
That's true.
Because I think, wasn't it, who was the Cardinals pitcher that just pitched the other day? But earlier in the season, he pitched against the Brewers. He had like 7 innings of like no hit ball. And then the Brewers just like that 1 inning and it all crumbled down with him. Yeah, who was it? Not Dobbin. I think it was game 1 of that series. Dustin May. Yeah. I was like, oh gosh, that's gotta be like the worst, one of the worst feelings. Well, speaking of pitching, Logan Henderson's going to be on the mound today for the Brewers. 6:45 first pitch. Brewers wrap up this series, and before heading into the All-Star break, they've got a 3-game series with the Pirates coming here too. So, can the Brewers maybe hit 60 wins before the All-Star break? What is the most wins the Brewers have before the All-Star break? That would have to be, I got to imagine that would be it. If they get 60, because they're on pace, I think, for 100 or 101. It was 101 the other day, which would be a franchise record. 56.
Last year.
So,
Wait, did they already break it? No, they're at, they already broke it.
They already
They're
broke
at 58.
Okay.
Which means we need to win 1 more, and then we're going to win 100 games.
That's right. Mm-hmm. You think they're going to get 100 now?
I do.
I do too.
I do. Pretty confident in that.
Yeah.
Which is insane to think about.
Yeah. Yep. And I we'll see how the rest of the year plays out, but I think it's mind-boggling to the other teams how, like, they're just probably, how does this team continue to do it? Why do they continue to get underestimated? Is it Pat Murphy? I think a lot of it is just philosophy. I think coaching does come into it a lot. Chris Hook and what he's been doing is, if I'd be worried about losing Chris Hook, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yep.
If a team comes in that's just like, I don't know if you'd want to be a manager or what the rules would be. Say, hey, we'll give you this boatload of cash and come over. Because look at how many guys they've kind of moved on and then bringing in younger guys, and they've turned these guys into potential all-stars, or like Quinn Priester last year winning double-digit games. Kyle Harrison we were talking about. Now you look at Shane Drone and Brandon Sproat, and heck, the difference in Jacob Mizorowski in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's not even walking anybody anymore.
Yep.
And he hasn't allowed an extra base hit in like forever, it feels like. Pat Murphy and Chris Hook, to the order of importance, I'd go Pat Murphy and Chris Hook right behind him. If you can keep those two, then I think you're still in contention for a while.
It seems like the Brewers always get the best out of the players that they have. Mm-hmm. And I say that because, again, we traded Devin Williams. He imploded. We trade Freddie Peralta. He's not been great this year. And so I think it's more than we just have a good team around them. I think it's they know how to push the right buttons on these players.
How much do you think, though, too, is, everybody uses this as a negative, but for some of these players, is it a positive to be in a smaller market, though, too?
I think so. Devin Williams couldn't handle it.
No.
I firmly believe he couldn't handle it. And so.
Because I feel like from a fan base, when you go to those games in Milwaukee, it could be wrong, but I don't feel like it's going to turn on you on a dime like some fan bases.
Like the Mets.
Yeah, right. And maybe a little less media pressure. It's a little bit more of a relaxed environment and all that stuff. We tend to look at small market for some people like, well, that's a negative because they don't have money. But from a performance standpoint, from a player, could that actually help performances for these players? Because you mentioned Devin Williams. I don't know if that's the issue with Freddie Peralta with the Mets this year, but we've seen other examples of this. And I remember Zach Greinke back in the day kind of talked about not wanting to be in a big market.
Yeah.
And just because from his personality, just didn't want to do that. So
I also think the expectations are different. Like if we look at what Freddie Peralta was supposed to do for the Brewers last year, it was 5 or 6 innings, 2 or less runs, and we'd win the game. Mm-hmm. But the Mets want him to go 6 or 7 innings and no earned runs. And I think the expectation is like he doesn't do that. Well, then all of a sudden he's not their number one pitcher. Well, guys, he really wasn't a number one in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And so we play great defense, we steal hits, and we score runs. And you got to score runs with a pitcher like Freddie Peralta.
Yeah.
And he pitches better with the lead, which the Mets can't get this year. But I think the expectation changes a little bit.
Would Freddie Peralta be a better pitcher with the Brewers if he was with the Brewers right this year? Probably.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? He'd probably still only go 5, but maybe he fits that style better. You don't think about it for baseball, but maybe that's the case here.
The Brewers turned Shane Drowan into Freddie Peralta.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not a number one, but he gets the job done.
And their ability to say, go start this game and then go to the bullpen and then go start this game and then go to the bullpen. I mean, the versatility that a lot of I'm talking Chad Patrick kind of specifically with this. I don't know. It's interesting because you look at that, and then I think this was from Colin Cowherd. I'd seen this video clip. I don't know how old it was, but he was talking about Jordan Love and like the Packers quarterback. Like there's so much pressure on being the Packers quarterback because of, maybe like a market size, but also in Green Bay. And honestly, that's where I feel like maybe it gets to the heads of a Favre or a Rodgers, because if you're the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers and you're a good quarterback, you're kind of a god.
Yep.
I mean, you're looked upon as like, okay, you're the greatest thing in this state. If you're the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers and you're going to lead us to Super Bowls or potential play, you are on a pedestal, and that's a lot of pressure. I mean, you could walk around Green Bay and people are going to bow down to you, essentially. Whereas, that probably feeds into the ego a little bit after time.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it kind of just feeds into it, and it gets into your head a little bit, because I think everybody looks back at the Rodgers era, it's like, what the heck happened? From where does this happen? You get told for how many years you're the greatest thing, you're the best, people love you, do that. So you look on that side, but then from a Brewers perspective, or you hear from Giannis.
Yeah.
What is he scared of? He's scared of not having that privacy like he did in Milwaukee.
Not being the hero.
Right. And he's going to go to a bigger city. He's not going to have that.
No.
He's not going to be able to go down to the beach and be by himself in Miami. It's just not. It's not going to happen. So, I mean, there's positives and negatives to this whole thing from playing in smaller markets where, hey, you're viewed – like these Brewers players, we view them as like, oh my God, look at, these are, but if they go to a bigger market, there's more pressure and people don't really give a dang who you are at times.
Yeah. They'll blame you.
Yeah.
Like they're blaming Freddie Peralta. Mm-hmm. They'll blame Giannis if it doesn't work. But the Brewers are going to blame themselves. They're going to take accountability. And I think that's also another thing. Accountability with Pat Murphy is why this team's good.
Yeah. He somehow has figured out what I think not just coaches or managers, but maybe even like business bosses and leaders.
Yeah.
This unique ability to completely have his players' backs. Because I think if you would ask any player, they know he's got their backs and they love him. But he is not afraid to call you out either. And still have that respect from that player. It's a thin line, right? We've seen how many coaches not able to do it. We've probably had bosses at certain times where it's like, man, that guy's a jerk or whatever. He's figured out that fine balance somehow, it feels like. Because, yeah, he's called out Joey Ortiz. He's called out Sal Frelick.
Yeah.
He's called out Brandon Sproat this year. But in that same breath, he's going to be, I love that guy.
And he's starting his next time.
He's figured it out. Write a book. Pat Murphy needs to write a book on it so we can figure it out. All right, we got to take a break because we got to wrap it up with some picks. We'll be back after these few words. We got about 5 minutes left. Let's jump right into it. So we got a little bit of first World Cup. We got a game tonight. France going up against Morocco.
I'll take France.
I'm going to take France too. So all right, let's do some baseball picks here as we we got a good slate here for a Thursday. Atlanta versus Pittsburgh.
Atlanta.
I'm going to go Braves too. Kansas City versus the Mets.
Kansas City.
Yankees and the Rays.
I'll go Rays.
I'll go Rays too for this one. Cubs and Baltimore.
Baltimore
to avoid the sweep.
Yep.
Right. Where are we at here? We've got Cleveland and Minnesota. Minnesota's been winning these games.
I'm going to go Cleveland.
Same here. I'm going to go Cleveland. Boston and the White Sox.
White Sox. Surprisingly.
Yep. A's. I keep saying A's. Athletics versus Detroit.
I'll go Detroit.
I'm going to go Detroit too. Seattle versus Miami.
Seattle.
Seattle too. Philadelphia, Cincinnati.
Phillies.
Angels, Rangers. Diamondbacks, Padres.
Diamondbacks.
Colorado versus Giants.
I'll go Colorado.
I'll go Giants. And then finally, Brewers and Cardinals. Logan Henderson.
I think the Brewers win.
I'll go Brew Crew too. Taking 4 out of 5. That is a huge series.
It's a really good stretch of baseball.
That is. So, all right. Yeah, Brandon Sproat's scheduled to get the start tomorrow for the Brew Crew. And then Saturday, Shane Drowan scheduled to get the start versus Bubba Chandler. And then Sunday.
Is it Skeens versus...
Sunday is Skeens versus Mizrahi. So that would mean both won't be in pitching the All-Star game then, right?
Nope. Ashcraft took...
that's right.
Right. Was it Jones? May have been Jones. It was one of the Pittsburgh pitchers took Skeens' spot.
11:15 a.m. game on Sunday.
What are we doing?
And it's Miz versus Skeens. But, all right. Well, that should be that will draw some eyes for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. I just found out something. Our intern is a big Hallmark Christmas movie buff, and he's so excited that the new one that's coming out, the Bears are going to have a Christmas Hallmark movie. What is it called again? It is
A Holiday Touchdown, A Bears Love Story.
Yeah.
Which is...
They're looking for actors, dude. So
dude, I should get in on this.
You should. They're looking for extras. So go down
I'm telling
there.
you, the Packers could market this movie so well.
Mm-hmm. Well, we were having fun during the break going through players' names for sure.
Jordan Love, Carrington Valentine.
Yep.
I mean,
there's too much.
Yeah.
There's too much with this.
Why aren't we doing a Packers one? They're also like an iconic stadium. Like, what are we doing with the Bears? What are we trying to accomplish with a Bears movie?
I don't know. You could do like the small town love affair.
Isn't that Green Bay?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And we're actually going to stay in our stadium and in our city.
Yeah. Or maybe that's part of the thing where, the love story moves to Indiana and then you follow the love over there.
Let's just say they got a Christmas movie before a 3,000-yard passer. Or a 4,000-yard passer. Sorry.
Ooh, whipped or snap, whatever the kids. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good burn, actually. That was a really good burn. But I didn't know. You said they made a Bills and a Chiefs. I didn't know this. I didn't know this.
One was first.
So this is an annual thing now?
Yeah.
Are they going to go? So eventually you'd think
the
Packers won, and I'll probably have to watch it.
I'll definitely be watching that one.
That makes sense because they always do the NFL ornaments, and I used to. I have all the Packer ones, I think, but they haven't made a Packer one in a while.
The Bills one was just useless. Don't watch the Bills one. If you haven't watched it, don't watch the Bills one.
Is it a typical Hallmark Christmas movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just football theme in it?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Which makes it better.
Yeah.
To be honest. But
the thing I can't stand about sports movies or football movies, and I don't know if this is part of it, when I see somebody playing a quarterback and it looks like they've never thrown a football in their life.
Yes.
There's movies like that.
Yes.
And that is the issue I have with the movie The Program. Everybody loves The Program. That quarterback doesn't look like he knows how to throw. Varsity Blues, at least Mox and those guys look like they could chuck a pigskin.
Yeah.
But when you've got these movies where it's like, okay, you have obviously never thrown a ball in your life and you're playing quarterback and you're supposed to be a Heisman Trophy candidate. Mm-hmm. Shane Falco, Keanu Reeves can throw a football.
Yeah.
Some of these, no, they can't do that. So I just no.
Just take 5 minutes in practice.
Thank you. Right? It's not that hard. No. You got acting coaches for crying out loud. So, all right. Got some comments saying nice burn, intern. So,
thank you.
Yeah. All right. Have a good rest of your day. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll see you then.